more minutes. I'm going to call this meeting to order. My name is Matt Piank. I'm the chairman of the zoning board. I'm here with Mr. Claude Phipps and Miss Anna Bianca, other board members. We also have Mr. Jacob Bowen tonight from the city, from the zoning office, and Mr. Neil Grover from the Law Bureau. There is a court reporter present. The court reporter is here because the zoning hearing board is more formal than the planning commission. Court reporter is making a transcript in the event of an appeal to the Court of Common Pleas. The zoning hearing board is like a court of law. The zoning hearing board decisions must be based on facts and law, not on the popularity or unpopularity of the project or what seems to the board to be a good or bad project. In other words, the applicant must meet a legal burden of proof that proves the elements of a variance or special exception. The law is the city's zoning code and the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code. To audience members and everyone who resides or owns property close to the subject property and has something legally relevant to say will have an opportunity to speak. Audience members, they must speak one at a time and they must not interrupt the the testimony that's being transcribed by the court reporter. Mr. Pykoff, do you want to make any notes or have anything to say to any audience members there?
Yeah, so what we'll do is I'll read some of the exhibits that we received so far. I'll go through those and mark them. I usually mark them as board exhibits. And then what we'll do is we'll identify if somebody wants to identify themselves as an objector in the case. We'll get some testimony so the board could determine whether or not that individual is some way affected more than the average citizen. We'll get to that after. Yes. But we could call the case.
We do not have any continued cases tonight, so I'm going to call the first case, which is 2531, which is a variance and special exception application for 1100 North 17th Street and 1616 Hurst Street.
Mr. Chairman, before you begin, this is a fact that came up at the Planning Commission. These are live broadcasts now.
Yes.
So just so everyone in the room knows that when you're speaking, it is being recorded at the microphone. So speaking to the microphones, but also if your family's at home, they can watch you and wave to you if they have nothing else to do. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right. If the solicitor will please read into the record the documents that are in the city's file.
I have marked exhibits as board exhibit number 1 is the proof of publication, the time and place and the nature of this particular application was published in the Patriot News on September 4th and September 11th, 2022. Board exhibit number 2 is the letter dated September 12th, 2022, sent from the Deputy Planning Director, Jacob Bowen, to the applicant, notifying the applicant of the time and place of the hearing. Board exhibit number 3 is the hearing notice, which was posted upon the property in question that occurred on August 31st, 2022. Board exhibit number 4 is the applicant's notification letter and certificate of mailing to the required neighbors. Board exhibit number 5 is the application submitted by the applicant. Board exhibit number 6 is the application narrative dated August 5th, 2022, prepared by David Getz, Esquire of Wick, Swinger and Widener Law Firm. Board exhibit number 7 is the Amani Food Market LLC business plan. Board exhibit number 8 are a series of 6 photos and 6 pages. Board exhibit number 9 is a 1-page plan. Board exhibit number 10 is a special warranty deed dated March 16, 2022 from into the applicant from a Carolyn J. Carter. Board exhibit number 11 is the Planning Bureau case report. Board exhibit number 12 is the City of Harrisburg Planning Commission resolution. And from the last meeting, we had marked exhibit A1, which was the request for continuance from Attorney Getz. And there was a request from a continuance from the September meeting to this month's meeting. So I have those exhibits. And of course, you know, the weight of these exhibits will be determined based upon the testimony and evidence presented during the hearing. And we want to identify that Mr. Hobbs is now present. So for the record, Mr. Hobbs is
Now here too, and we'll be able to listen in, but not as a voting member since we have a full complement of the board, unless there is a board member leaves or someone has to recuse themselves. I'm now going to swear in the zoning administrator. Mr. Bowen, if you could raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You could please briefly summarize the case and the issues and what the city's position is on the case.
So the applicant is proposing to establish a convenience store use on site. And this actually requires a special exception for changing from one non-conforming use to a different non-conforming use. And also they are requesting relief from the off-street parking requirements. in section 7-325.6 of the zoning code. And the applicant is also requesting variances for the installation of an illuminated wall sign that exceeds the minimum sign area per section 7-325.6 of the zoning code. So this is reason why this is a special exception, not a variance. This was previously a childcare center, which was a non-conforming use. So that is why it is that approach. So at this project site at 1100 North 17th Street, this is comprised of 2 parcels totaling 0.21 acres with a 2-story, 4,270 square foot brick structure. This was constructed between 1957 and 1968. This site also includes a 984 square foot masonry garage constructed around 1950. This project site is generally bounded by the properties at 1102 North 17th Street and 1106 North 17th Street to the north, North 17th Street to the east, Hurst Street to the south, and the property at 1614 Hurst Street to the west. So the Planning Commission at their October 5th meeting recommended this case be denied for the following reasons. Reason 1, the proposed new use will have a greater impact and external effects on the surrounding neighborhood than the pre-existing non-conforming use. Reason 2, the proposed use is not compatible with the surrounding community and would likely generate adverse impacts for the nearby residential properties. Additionally, there are more compatible uses that have occupied the building in the past and for which approval will require equal or lesser zoning relief. Reason 3, there is a limited need within the community for the proposed use as the subject property is currently located within approximately 550 feet of an existing convenience store use. And reason 4, the proposed signage is also not compatible with the primarily residential character of the surrounding neighborhood and does not represent the minimum variance that would afford relief with the least modification possible.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. The applicant is present. If you, I'm going to swear you both in. Before each, if you could please give your name and address, and if you have a relevant business title. Yes. Please state your name and business title and your address.
My name is Dave Getz. My business address is 508 North 2nd Street here in Harrisburg. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Wixmaker Wider, and I represent the applicant in this matter.
Yes, sir.
My name is Kabir Armani. I am the owner of, actually the son of the owner of that building. I'm a business owner as well in Mechanicsburg. I own a martial arts studio called Eagle Martial Arts there, and we also have a USA Fried Chicken, 13 in dairy as well.
And your address.
6422 Creek Bend Drive, Mechanicsburg, 17050 is home address.
Thank you. And you, could you both please raise your right hands? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. If you could-
Yeah, now, I think what we want to do also is, are there is there anybody here that would identify themselves as an objector in this matter? Okay. So what an objector, if they're qualified as an objector by the board, they'll obviously be able to cross-examine any witnesses of the applicant, and they'll be able to present their own case. So we'll go, which would be separate from if somebody just wants to make a comment. So if there's somebody that would want to be an objector, I would have them come to the microphone and indicate you would have to show that you have an interest in this case, separate from just the average person. So, ma'am, do you want to go to the mic, identify yourself?
Hi, my name is Chantel Mohammed. I own the property located at 1102 North 17th Street, which is adjacent to the property in question.
And Why is it that you think that you'd be affected more than the average individual?
There's numerous reasons why I would be affected. This largely because the element that a convenience store would bring into our community, it is not conducive to the community, number one. Number two, Mr. Amani spoke with my husband and stated that he wanted to put huge vents on the corner of the building, which would blow directly into our front porch where we sit constantly. Number three, he's already changed the character of the neighborhood, which I do have evidence of that with the plant screening, which I wrote to Jacob and try to get some understanding on why that commercial property was going against plant screening that they're supposed to have on a property as a commercial property. He cut down all of the plant screening, which changed the whole community.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Mr. Getz, do you have any objection to Ms. Mohammed being identified as an objector in this matter?
We do not. We do take issue with some of the things she has said here, but we do not object to her being an objector.
Okay. Then I would, in this case, request that the board make a motion to recognize Ms. Mohammed as an objector in this.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there anybody else that would want to be identified as an objector in this matter?
Excuse me. Hello, my name is Patricia Parker, and my husband and I reside at 1612 Her, which is a couple of blocks, well, not blocks, but steps away from the property. There is an adjacent parking lot connected to that business. Our home sits on a duplex right next door to that, which that perimeter that she spoke of was the border for kind of disguising the property, the commercial property from the residential area. Because my home and the neighbors are adjacent to that property. And all of the traffic that flows in that area, I don't know if you're familiar with the Harrisburg.
Let me just have you hold on 1 second. Mr. Getz, do you have any objection to Ms. Parker being an objector in this matter?
We do not.
Yeah, let's do a motion. I would ask the board to make a motion to identify Ms. Parker as an objector in this.
So moved.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Parker.
Mr. Grover?
And it might be beneficial to public to make them aware they're going to have a chance to speak again in the case.
Correct.
Yeah.
We're just trying to identify objectors.
Yeah,
the beginning.
so if you're not an objector, you're still going to be able to speak. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
My name is Angelo Muhammad. I live at 1102 North 17th Street. I own the property. I also own a business that operates in that property, Property Shiamaro Estates, a digital Bible education firm that I operate from from home. I am in objection to this for numerous reasons, as my wife has stated. One, it is, I believe it is going to attract.
Well, let's get, I just want to identify objectors. Mr. Getz, do you have an objector? Do you have any objection to Mr. Mohammed being identified as an objector in this matter?
We do not, Mr. Prakash.
Okay.
Make a motion to allow him as an objector. All in favor? Aye.
Anybody else?
Hello, my name is Elise Howard. My aunt that I currently reside with lives at 1617 Her Street, which is directly across the street from the building that we're discussing tonight. My aunt couldn't make it, so I'm speaking on her behalf, if that's okay. So, yeah.
We have no objection.
Make a motion to allow. All in favor?
Okay. That being the case, no one else is objectors. Mr. Getz, you could proceed with your case.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dave Getz, represent Mr. Amani and his business in this. His son Kabir is here next to me speaking. Mr. Amani is in the blue jacket over there. His son asked if it would be okay if he spoke because he has better command of the English language. Mr. Amani speaks English, but Kabir speaks with perhaps less accent. You'll be able to understand perhaps a little bit better. Mr. Hamid will be, or Mr. Mazur will be able to answer any questions. Mr. Amani will be able to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Getz, did we get the spelling of Mr. Amani's first name? Just for the record.
Well, we need to swear him in as well.
Did we?
We swear the son in. Should we swear the father in as well, just in case?
Well, if he's not going to, is he going to testify?
Depends what questions might come up.
Okay,
Let's wait till a question.
all right. Mr. Amani, spell your first name for the record. Thank you.
So, Kabir, could you tell the board a bit about how your family came to the U.S. and where you settled and what kind of business you involved in?
Yes, so my dad came way before my mom and my siblings came. But we came in 2008 after my dad was already a business owner in Steelton, PA. It's called Steelton Fried Chicken. So he's been in the fried chicken business for a long time in New York, New Jersey, and then we moved into the United States 2008. He wanted a better area, less city type for us to move in, and that was Pennsylvania. Ever since we've had Steelton Fried Chicken. Not long after we opened USA Fried Chicken on 13 Dairy, which has been open for about 10 plus years now. When I was in middle school, I've been able to help him out ever since, and then 5 years ago, I've been able to open my own business, which is martial arts and kickboxing, for where we live now, Mechanicsburg, and in that area in Simpson Ferry Road. And I've been owning that business for 5 years. So that's our journey of just coming in and working hard, and my dad making things possible for us and family.
Mr. Pykosh has offered in evidence the board exhibits, and rather than going through every line of every application, I would just, I'm sure the board members have read that application already in the various documents. So in the interest of time, and I know you have a heavy agenda tonight, we don't need to cover everything, but I would say that Kabir, is there a parking lot next to this business?
Yes,
And additionally, there's a garage, right?
correct.
And then there are two other properties with the application that are next to across the alley from the parking lot, correct?
Yes,
And there are parking spaces on those properties as well.
correct.
The one property had, when it was a daycare center, there's a property in the back that was a playground that's now overgrown grass with a fence around it. You probably trimmed the grass since.
Yes, absolutely.
But there is parking beside those two lots as well. So we believe that between those three different properties, we have sufficient parking to meet the requirements of the ordinance. How did your father come to want to buy this property and make it a convenience store?
When we looked at the property, we obviously thought of the need that area had when it comes to walking distance to a convenience store. And our mindset wasn't just a convenience store, you go there and then make money. We really wanted to make sure it was a clean environment. It was something that was safe for everybody, and we wanted to be there. My father was, happy to serve the community. Where USA Fried Chicken is about 5 minutes drive, so we're not new to the community or the area. We might be in the neighborhood, but that was his goal, to open something really top of the line to make sure that the people that are in that area could walk. And obviously, if they need the the driving distance and everything, we have it, but the walking distance would have been something that we could cover with our convenience store.
When Mrs. Mohammed asked to become a party or an objector, she began having a conversation about a fan, an exhaust fan. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, so the ventilation system that she mentioned, and I do believe my dad has talked to them. It was if we had, this was the beginning, we wanted to maybe open a restaurant there or add fried chicken or and a food area. But after the concern, my dad was the one that said, "Hey, listen, we're gonna have our closest neighbors be upset at us because of ventilation. I don't want any food business here or any business that's gonna have to do with exhaust system or anything that takes that air out and throws their across to their house." So we said no to that right away. My dad understood and was actually very concerned about it when I had heard from him as well.
So you do not expect to have, you do not expect to prepare food on this site?
We will not have any ventilation system that will throw any of that bad air towards them or any live food that we cook and stuff like that.
I would show you what's marked as Board Exhibit 9. This is a floor plan of the interior of the space. Was that drawn up by you or your family?
No,
Who drew it up?
this was by our construction company. His name is Chris.
And is Chris registered with the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office?
Yes, absolutely.
And on the bottom left-hand side, there's a notation approved Harrisburg City Codes and a signature dated 7/21/22. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you understand that was approving by the codes office of the project?
Yes.
And after that, did your father sign a contract for coolers and that sort of thing?
Yes, my father have invested in just one of the cooler and everything to make sure really good product over around 30,000 non-refundable right after we're approved by the city of Harrisburg to be able to get the permit to construct this inside of the place.
And it was after that that you learned that you needed to make an application to this body, is that correct?
That's correct.
But when you bought the property, did you have an attorney representing you?
No,
Did you have a realtor?
correct. Yes.
Did the realtor give any indication that you needed to get special permission from the city to operate?
No,
This was a childcare center before you purchased it, correct?
it was not in business, but yes, it was childcare center. The last business was there.
And the application that we submitted, the letter, which is Board Exhibit number 6, lists hours of operation that we obtained from the website of the childcare center, correct?
Correct.
You actually planned to, except for weekends that you'll be open and they weren't, your hours would be a little bit less than what their published hours were.
Yes, correct.
You've heard at the planning commission meeting and here this evening, concerns about neighbors that a convenience store is bad for a neighborhood. Can you address that, please?
Just the reasons why they have.
Well, why it's not bad for the neighborhood?
Well, one of the main concern was that, one of the people that were here, I'm not sure if they're here today, mentioned that a child was struck and killed in that same road because of the amount of traffic there was. And that was during the daycare where they had 200+ members. So when there's a drop-off time and a drop-in time in the morning, and then whenever they're leaving, that was the concern. There was going to be so much traffic. However, with our business, we might have 2-3 people at the same time inside the store, with maybe one of them being somebody driving into our parking lot. So that was one of the main concerns, and we just wanted to make sure everybody is aware that it's not going to be a traffic of 100 cars waiting for their kids to be picked up. Other than that, I mean, the area does need a walk-in, grocery, but we are talking about top line. We've made sure that we create something that doesn't take the beauty of the neighborhood, as the people mentioned, that it's going to change the neighborhood, what it's going to look like, or everything like that. So those were the concerns. I just wanted to make sure that we go over it of why that's not our goal, to make the neighborhood any less. We want it to be a good part of the neighborhood.
there were some concerns expressed at the planning commission meeting that having a convenience store will cause people to be hanging out around the property, either inside or outside. Do you have ways that you plan to use to address that?
Yes, absolutely. Usually, I mean, some of the examples they gave was our USA Fried Chicken business, that there's a lot of people, and they mentioned different words to describe those people, that there'll be people hanging out, doing drugs or however, they said those words, but there's chairs and everything across our USA Fried Chicken stores that all of the people use, and sometimes obviously people that don't want to use it for the wrong reasons, they do it. We don't have any chairs in front of the building, or seating or anything. The goal of is to serve the community, to make sure they can come in and buy whatever they want. They can go back, whether it's walking distance or not. So we're not looking to add anything that's gonna make the people hang out for the wrong purposes.
So people will not buy food and eat it there. They will take it home.
Correct. This is something that you buy and then you go out of your way.
You plan to have any sort of security or employees there at the store?
Yes, absolutely. We'll have employees every day whenever we're there.
And will they be trained to keep an eye for people who are hanging around the building?
Yes, absolutely. We will definitely have our employees know that, that we don't want that kind of neighborhood where people are gonna hang out and make it less safe, and we're gonna have cameras everywhere just to make sure that if anything happens, we'll be aware and we can take care of the situation.
We submitted some photos there, board exhibit number 8. Is that intended to show the current condition and the future condition of the property?
We have one that's the current, and there's a new picture with colored that will be the property after our construction crew, Chris, fixes everything. So I know they mentioned, our goal is to make it look 10 times better, not just the building itself, but around it as well.
And there was some concern expressed at the planning commission and again here this evening about plantings being cut down. Can you address that, please?
Yes, if you had walked there, maybe when we first bought it, and then everybody let it grow, and whoever had it before, it was a mess. Now it's clean, beautiful. We have taken hours, we've hired people to make sure that we make that place look amazing. The playground had bushes that were like 5 feet tall, maybe more. And it took us hours, just my brother-in-law and everybody else that helped us to make sure that we clean the playground and everything around it. The parking lot also had a lot of bushes and everything grown in random places. We wanted to make sure we cleaned it. So the community is aware that we're here to make sure that we make the place look even better.
And I believe that Mr. Bowen advised me, and I communicated to you that the bushes by the parking lot that were kind of out of control, you need to replant those.
Correct. Yes, we were not aware of that. And then when they let us know, we said we'll take care of them.
You purchased the property back in March, is that correct?
Correct.
And you submitted a business plan, which is marked as board exhibit number 7. Who was that given to?
The business plan,
Yes.
it was given to the city council, or sure, right term.
Did you use that in part to also obtain financing?
Yes, absolutely.
How will you get deliveries of fresh produce and other foods?
Well, we have a huge parking lot for that, and then we have a side entrance for any deliveries, anything that we can help out. And we're also looking to make that, as I said, the front of the building, the doors and everything, a lot more convenience for us if you have to do that. But we're not trying to block traffic or anything. We do have an area on the side that all the deliveries can be delivered through.
And do you expect those deliveries will come by box truck or by tractor trailer truck or something else?
They will be all box trucks.
You expect there to be noise coming from inside the building, outside the property?
There will be no noise coming from this, unless it's light music. But no jamming music. We're just saying just speakers.
But the speakers will be inside. the
They will
building.
definitely be inside. Yes, no outdoor music.
So if someone opens the door, there may be some sound,
They might hear it for 5 seconds before it closes.
but you will not have outside speakers playing.
We will not have outside speakers.
Am I correct that directly across the street from your property is a church?
Correct.
And let's talk for a moment about the wall sign. We submitted a variance request for the sign because signage, since this is a special exception, since we're going from one non-conforming use to another, we need to identify the business. Is the plan to have that sign facing her street and therefore facing the church?
I don't believe it's facing the church. It's facing the houses in front of it.
Where do you intend to put the sign?
We'll have it right on top of the door where there's I guess this wall right here.
So
Right by the-
on board exhibit number 8, there's photographs of the new front door. There's a rendering of the new front door. The sign would go above that. So the sign would not be on next to your neighbor's property habits.
No, it will not.
And we requested, I believe, a 60 square foot sign. Is that correct? If you look at the letter, which is at board exhibit 6, on the bottom of page 8, going to the top of page 9, you said that the letters will be about 2 feet tall and about a length of about 30 feet. So that's 60 feet of signage. 60 square feet.
I think it'll be 30 feet.
The letters are 2 feet high. 30 feet long. That's 30. Sure.
Putem? 6 feet میشه یا 6 feet باید 2 feet باید
But he's testifying.
I gotta swear him in.
He was just asking for clarification. That's fine.
I can ask? Yeah. I didn't get it. برایش چند میشه پردم برایش چند میشه Oh yeah, it'll be 37 feet.
37.
Yes.
And is the sign proposed to have interior illumination?
Yes.
So that could be turned off when the business is closed.
That's correct.
And the first floor of the business contains about 3,150 square feet according to our application. Is that correct to the best of your knowledge?
That's correct.
There is a second floor that was also used as a daycare center, and that will be some use in the future.
That's correct.
Any use would likely need to come back to the city for some sort of improvement somewhere in the process.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have at this point, and I would again mention that much of, if not all of this and additional information is in the board exhibits.
We're going to go through with each of the objectors.
Well, I have some,
Oh, you have.
I have some questions
Go ahead.
first. I'm gonna start with Jacob. what did you come up with parking in here? I see approximately 11 vehicles in conformance with the design. Is that just for the parking lot by the garage, or is that counting the playground?
But this site gets a little bit tricky. So as the application is written, it's including that lot you're talking about, 1616 Her Street, which
Right.
is an 11 space lot. The applicants were mentioning 2 additional lots that they also own where the playground used to be. So right now there is about 15 spots roughly that could be attached with that. Kind of the view with that, since the playground was an accessory function, separate from the primary use. From a zoning officer interpretation, it wasn't being applied. Obviously, that could be interpreted differently. So as written, we're looking at having 11 dedicated spots, potentially. If my interpretation is interpreted differently, they could have an additional 15 there. So either way, as it's configured, there would be still some type of relief needed.
What was the total needed?
So the current request is for 31 off-street spaces. And I would note from a planning bureau perspective, I guess the primary concern to the site isn't necessarily the quantity of spaces available. It's more of the traffic circulation concerns.
That's my next. So you said the box trucks were your main delivery, and I was assuming from the way you were describing delivery, it would come down Short Street, with Short Street being one way between Cumberland to Her, it would have to come down 17th, down Cumberland, down Short. Would that be correct?
Yes, I'm not sure if it's pronounced shot or short.
I'm pretty sure Short. Okay, just wanted to.
But yes, vehicles would come up that alley.
So I have to come down Cumberland to come up that alley. Fine.
Yes, sir.
I think you're off. So.
Everybody at home can hear too. So a couple of questions I have, and I'm going to refer back to the planning board's document. Now, your applications for a convenience store, but and it was stated by, I think, Commissioner Alsbury, that convenience store, the response that came back stated that no, it's restaurant activity. Which one? I'm actually reading the transcript or the recall from the planning meeting. So which one is which? Because why I'm asking that is that one of the people who are going to oppose this basically said there was some venting, ducting that was put in, which makes sense for a restaurant to duct the exhaust or heat or something out of it. But so which one is it?
Your Honor, it's not a restaurant at all. It is only a convenience store. We've had the thought of restaurant, but again, after my dad had talked to our neighbor about that ventilation system that would put the air towards their house, my dad's concern was that we will not do that. That's not something we want. So we're not having any food that we will cook, no fryer or anything like that. It is a convenience store only.
So I think that needs to be revised since it was stated in writing of the planning commission. And the response was in writing out of planning. Page 9
Of the
of the
planning
planning commission document. Yes. Okay, my second question, when you talked about secure, well, I'll get to that. Convenience store. I understand that there's other convenience stores in the same area. Okay, and gave me my mind flutters a little bit, but 15th and Her is a convenience store in the corner, right across from the Bethesda playground or Bethesda location. So that's pretty close to where you're proposing to open a convenience store. And if I remember right, 18th and between Gorse and forget my fuzziness, but yeah, that's so, one of the things in the past, neighborhoods, there's some concerns that have been raised about the number of convenience stores being opened up in residential neighborhoods. So that's one of the things I'm going to question. Why that location?
Did you look at the surrounding businesses?
Thank you for the question, sir. There is a small grocery store, you're right, I guess nearby. We have looked at the place and that was the only reason we wanted to play, the closest one, I guess, walking distance that we had seen personally. This is from our personal experience. One was probably about 10-minute walk and maybe about 10-minute walk. And the other one is all the way downhill. Those are the ones that we were aware of. So what we had seen was nothing close by. And then again, those are very small convenience store. The one I believe you're mentioning, we're looking to make sure that this is a very well, clean, again, not taking the look out of the neighborhood, but making that neighborhood look even better and more convenient for the people that are nearby.
And my last question, use the term convenience. What type of merchandise will you have in there? Because again, there are convenience stores that are known as convenience stores in the surrounding area. Okay, so what will you be selling? I think on your testimony to the planning board, you're gonna have fresh fruit, fresh foods and fresh meats. That sounds more like a supermarket than a convenience store.
Yes, we have added, as I said, my dad has invested and already paid for the fridges that includes regular, ice, and then also some frozen section as well that will help out for those who want to get, meats that are frozen or anything else like that, fresh milk. That will be added as part of it.
I would add, sir, that the ordinance refers to a grocery store as being generally over 6,000, I think it's 6,000 square feet, and a convenience store less than that. So we felt that we fit the definition, even though what Mr. Lyon is looking to do is really more of what we would think of as a grocery store, as opposed to, 3 rows of potato chips and 4 rows of pretzels and a checkout counter. We're looking to have much higher quality food. Mr. Mohammed at the Planning Commission meeting talked about how parts of Harrisburg are a food desert. And we certainly understand that and are trying to address that through this application. There is a business at 1501 Her Street. It's called D&L's, and it's Good Food is their handle on Facebook. From our review of that, it looks to be a restaurant. And there was some testimony at the Planning Commission that there is prepared food there, and there's also convenience store type things there. And then our application mentioned, I think, 2 other convenience stores that are in the area, which suggests to me anyway that it's not incompatible with residential life to have stores where people can go. And I think what we're looking to have is a better quality shopping experience and better food for folks that live in the vicinity.
And my last question is regarding security. This is a convenience store. I think you stated you're trying to have cameras and employees provide security. Have you talked to Harrisburg Police Department about that area? The types of activities that go in that area, the type of traffic, a type of reported incidences have you looked in that, doing research on that? And I'm just looking at that general block between 16th and Her and 18th or 15th and 18th Her. Have you talked to any Harrisburg Police about that?
We have not specific to the topic. We had an incident happen there. Somebody backed up into our garage that broke the garage's door, and we had called the police. They said that it's a great area for what we are trying to do. This was some months ago when that happened. They had written I don't think they wrote a report because we didn't have a camera. So we could not say anything to the people that hit our garage, but they had mentioned great things about us, what we're trying to do.
Will your security system tie into the city's monitoring type of capabilities?
If we need to do that, we'll be happy to.
I can't see.
That's it,
without my
right?
glasses.
Yeah, you still do.
It's just the web.
Yes, web, yeah. Verizon or Comcast, and you get a web address and they will.
Right, good, you have one more question.
Fine. I
Uh,
don't have many. Everybody's asking.
Oh, gotcha. Mr. Bowen, understanding that this is we're going from one non-conforming use to another non-conforming use because it was still being actively marketed through February of 2022 as a non-conforming use. Are convenience stores permitted in the RM district?
No. If this was not a non-conforming use previously here, variance would be required for the use.
Understood. Take it to the objectors.
Yeah, I just had one question. I just want to clarify the parking because the planning commission is saying one thing and I think the applicant is saying another. So Jacob, the planning commission, and I think indicates that there's 42 parking spaces that are required based upon the square footage
Correct, and that's from our zoning code, that
from the
requirement.
zoning code.
Yes.
Okay.
Could I get a
And-
clarification on that too? Is that for the first floor or is it for the building that's upstairs as well?
So that's for the square footage of the first floor, which is 3,156 square foot, and that requirement is one space per 75 square feet.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Getz, in your application, you indicate that there's 30 spots available. And I think maybe you're using a calculation based upon the other lots that are owned by the applicant and maybe not taken into account by the planning commission.
That's correct, Mr. Prakash. The Planning Commission just talked about the lot at 1616 Hurst Street. Our application refers to 1621 and 1625 Cumberland Street. Both of those have additional parking on them, and they are no further away from the front door than would, for example, a Pine Village where you have the giant, not every space is up against the door. There's a large parking lot.
Right. But I just, for the math, if there's 30 available and 42 required, is there still 11 that would need relief pursuant to a special exception?
Yes, and we would believe that the reason all those are not needed is because there will be a good number of people we anticipate will be able to walk to and from and will not be in their cars.
Okay.
I
I
would
just-
note the Cumberland Street lots also, they had the playground facility. That's been abandoned for multiple years where now parking would be a principal use on those two lots. As where the parking lot with the 11 spaces at 1616 Hurst Street has clearly been defined as a parking lot as the primary use. So that's why it's interpreted that can continue as that non-conforming function. So I know it gets a little bit tricky.
That those two lots that Mr. Getz is talking about could be parking?
No, that's where the interpretation is where, because they were subservient to that playground use in the past. And since that hasn't been there for a number of years, now you're looking to have these as primary, as a parking lot that's accessory to the building. As where the 1616 Hurst Street, that has always been functioned primarily as a parking lot. Is that
I'm not following. Wasn't the playground part of the daycare center?
Yeah, so it was like it had a use on there at the time, though. It had a playground in a
Right.
way on a separate parcel.
Was it advertised with the,
No, it's not advertised with those two Cumberland Street lots.
or not advertised with the daycare?
Correct, not with, sorry, with
Okay,
the advertising for this proceeding, it was not. And I guess you're asking for the real estate advertisement.
yeah,
Okay.
so is it a non? We have to do something different to make the playground a parking lot if we were to
Yes.
approve.
Yes.
Okay,
There are parking spaces next to the playground is what we're talking about. And those.
that's
have
where
been
my
used-
confusion was.
Those
Okay.
have been used, when we believe, we didn't operate it when the daycare center was there, but with number of spaces you need to have for providers of the daycare center, not just the parents who are picking up and
Mhm.
dropping off, but the staff that's working there, they would have presumably worked or parked in those spaces alongside the playground on Cumberland Street.
And all those properties are owned by the applicant.
Yes, ma'am. It's all part of the same deed. It's
Okay.
listed as 4 separate parcels in applicant's exhibit number 10.
I'm
Or,
good.
I'm sorry, board exhibit 10, sorry.
Does the board have any other questions?
Not at the moment.
We'll go through the objectors. We'll start with Ms. Mohammed, since the board had identified you first. This is a time for you to cross-examine the witness. You'll have time to present your own evidence later on. So if you have questions based upon the testimony of the witness that just testified, you could ask those questions now. Yeah, yes.
Pretty much spoke to the parking. Currently, the playground is still there. And there is that parking that's face to face. You have to drive in. One car has to drive in and a car is in front of that. That's the type of parking that's there. I don't know what it's called. But my concern is traffic. Since we've been there 5 years, we've seen 5 accidents on that 17th and Park. How are you gonna overcome accident coming out of that little teeny short street? Because that's a very small street with parking on your lot as well. How are you gonna overcome accident?
Do you mean in the street or in the parking lot?
Well, because it's very difficult to even see one way or the other coming out of that little street on her street, and traffic drives by there very fast. That's our next agenda that we'd like to address at another time. Traffic is very fast through there. How are you gonna overcome without a traffic light accident coming out of that parking, being that it's one way?
I'm not the city, so, but when it comes to us being able to do our job, we can definitely put any signs that are legal that tells people to slow down or turn the right way, or there's neighborhood here. So if everything that's on our side that the city will agree on, we'll be happy to put signs, but that's what we can do on our side of it.
My next question is, with the convenience store that you plan to establish there, what is your plan of action for rodents? What is your plan of action? I mean, you can't, it's not only rodents, you can't control rodents. And how are you gonna overcome trash? How are you gonna overcome noise? Even though you said there's gonna be noise, you can't control the noise. You cut down the plant screening that served as a barrier for some of the noise from the traffic, in your words, to make it prettier. But I do have documentation that I'd like to share with the board, because I understand aesthetics is subjective. So he may think it's pretty. I don't think it's pretty what they've done, how it looked before, how it looks now. Can I
Well-
submit that?
Well, is it related to a question that you're asking?
Well, yeah, that was several questions. How do you plan to overcome the rodents? How do you plan to take care of trash? How do you plan to overcome noise? Because you really can't confine noise.
So when it comes to the rodents and everything, again, as a restaurant or a business or a convenience or any businesses, right? We have to follow certain strict rules in order to make sure that it's safe inside for the employees, ourselves, the customers, and around the area as well. This is something we're very familiar with when it comes to USA Fried Chicken. Since it is a restaurant, it is a lot more trash and everything like that. So that'd be the first one. There is strict rules when it comes to us owning and operating a convenience store. And we're willing to go above and beyond to make sure that any of the rodents or any of that happens in our area. When it comes to the noise, again, it is a convenience store. I'm not sure if you don't want us to have music inside, then we'll have no music or no sound. But it usually every convenience store you go to, unless a supermarket, we're not talking about Target or Walmart here. It is very quiet. Usually, as I said, maybe 2 or 3 people inside at a time. Sometimes maybe no one at all for sometimes. So again, when it comes to noise, anything, we're not looking to be a disturbance, of course, to our closest neighbor, you guys. I'm not sure if anything else would be a loud noise or anything that you have concerns of that we can go over.
My next question is, when you were talking about serving the hot food, you stated that there will not be any hot food, yet your father stated that there will be hot food. I heard you say it while I was sitting here, that there will be hot food. So I just want clarity on whether you're gonna be serving hot food or not, because that does make a difference in the foot traffic that you're gonna have at this restaurant or grocery store.
Again, my father was, thank you for the question. My father was speaking of Farsi, and he said there's no hot food. He said it, this is the 3rd time he has mentioned a crowd that there's gonna be no hot food. The main concern that he got from that, again, was our neighbor talking to my dad. My dad decided, listen, if that's a problem for our neighbors, we don't want a problem like that. We'd rather be on our good side. I mean, we want to be good neighbors, and they've mentioned they want to be great neighbors. I've talked to him, Mohammed, when I visited, whenever we're cleaning the front of the yard, we shook hands and said, we are neighbor. I mean, he said we're neighbors at the end of the day, and we take care of everything. So we're not gonna have any hot food.
And the question is, not only with food, with your convenience store, are you gonna have lottery tickets, cigarettes, alcohol, or any of that kind of stuff that be sold when you're premises? Because that attracts the element that we don't want in our community.
You're not gonna have liquor license, right?
We're not gonna have alcohol there, no.
But you will have lottery tickets and cigarettes.
We will have, yeah, we have the license and we will get licensed for that. But if you go to any big store, even in the best neighborhoods, if they have cigarettes that they're selling, doesn't make the neighborhood a bad place. I hope that comes out as right. Nothing.
And briefly, we can talk about the upstairs. Prior to us coming here, you said that you wanted to make the upstairs a wedding hall, also known as a BYOB. That's a high concern for us.
We're not gonna have a wedding hall or a BYOB for any of that on the upstairs. Not sure where yeah, we're just gonna have anything that we can store upstairs for our convenience store. We'll have that. No BYOB or wedding hall.
I would also add that anything like that would require coming back to this body or the city or somebody to get permission.
Lastly, I just think that you stated that you got your business plan for your layout for how you work on July the 20th. You'll apply for it on July the 20th, but a stop work order was put on the building on July the 14th. And you said that this was all intact in place way before. I mean, trying to understand the timeline of the floor plan for the business.
Yes, it was approved July 21st. Whenever we had talked to our construction crew, Chris, his name, they had started and not gotten the permit on time. That's why our neighbors called. We were not aware of it. And when that happened, we actually stopped right away. We went to the city to make sure we get the permit. And that's how it was approved after we had noticed that there was a stop work sign. We called our construction saying, hey, you can't be doing work when you don't have the permit and everything. Again, we took care of it on our side, and then we had mentioned to our construction crew that this was not right. It was approved after.
Lastly, I guess it's questionable that own several other businesses.
Thank you again for the question. We were definitely aware that we needed the permit. As I said, we had talked to a construction company, Chris, and he was the one who was supposed to come into the city and make sure that the permit and everything were done before the work. That's why we stopped and then we had to go with Chris ourselves to make sure that we take care of that as soon as possible.
Oh, okay. The next objector was Patricia Parker. If you have any questions, you don't have to, but if you have any questions, you could ask questions. Okay. Next, Angelo Mohammed. Do you have any questions that weren't already asked? You could proceed.
I don't know how to answer this question. And make it unlike anything that's already been asked. So I'm gonna say what I have to say. You can accept it. I hope you will accept it in the way that I present it, because it's the only way I know how to say it. Every morning I get up at 6 o'clock to drive my son to work. I came in this country. I was born in this country. I was born in Virginia. I was raised in this country. I moved here to Harrisburg in 1999. And I've given myself 100% to the upliftment of the community of the city, and everybody in this room or any of the city that knows me can attest to that. I love the city. I could have went home a long time ago. I like it here. I like the people, and I like raising my children here because it's safe, it's close and convenient to everything, and in the surrounding area. I wanted to say this. I drive my son to work in the morning. I drive past your store. I see people out there at 6 o'clock in the morning, 5:30 in the morning. I saw a man out there the other morning with a baby, with a woman that looked like they both were on drugs. Now I know that he has nothing to do with this. I understand that. But my point is the environment that's in that community, we don't want it in our community. In fact, we would like to see the environment in that community fixed. And if we could do something together to make that happen, I'm more than open for peace and to work together if we can all have peace together. But we can't have peace if some people are infringing on other people's rights without even questioning. Every time we attempt to communicate with these persons, either the father leaves the room.
Mr. Muhammad, because this is a
Or
court reported hearing,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to stop you for standing, not at this hearing, but
Oh,
this was more for planning
Yes, sir.
or not this one.
I understand, but
Thank you, sir.
But you do understand what I'm
I
saying.
understand.
Thank you.
Elise Howard. You have any?
First question, have you ever had any violent crimes, theft, or anything like that at any of the businesses that you currently own?
I'm going to object to that question on the grounds of relevancy.
The way,
I would agree.
I would agree.
mean, It's
Okay.
not relevant.
Not relevant.
I'm sorry, the reason why I asked is because safety is a huge concern of ours, so that's why I was asking. All right, so I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. The only thing you intend at this point to use the facility for is the grocery store.
That's correct. The convenience store as they have written.
Okay, convenience store. Do you have any future plans to make it something else, particularly the top level of the building?
As mentioned, if you have to go through to plan anything, we would be here again.
Okay. What kind of items will you be selling in terms of, how about this? How much will you be selling the items for? Do we have like prices or anything like that? Because if it's used to benefit the community, then I feel like that is relevant.
I'm not sure how to answer that question. The
Okay.
price that you sell, for example, milk is established by the state.
Right.
The price that you sell broccoli is largely determined by what you have to pay for it. And we're in an environment right now where those prices are going crazy. So I don't know that we can agree that there'll be certain food costs or sales prices, but we don't know what the purchase price is for us.
Okay.
Mr. Hobbs.
Well, I just wanted to speak on thought about relevancy of the question is because even in a different, I guess, capacity or aspect, when people come about rental
Right.
properties, right, we do ask
Right.
about what are your projections in terms of how much you would rent to potential tenants to try to gauge exactly how the operation is going to affect the community.
Yeah, I mean, there was no objection to it, but I don't believe it's relevant what the prices would be.
You know, rents are different because you pretty much know you're going to do renovations and then you have a mortgage of X dollars and need to rent it for Y dollars to break even. I just don't know with food that you're buying different produce, for example, every week apples change price from week to week. I don't know how. you
Right.
establish that.
Well, I guess if just last thing about, I guess when normally we ask those questions is about projection and planning. So anybody that's looking to renovate a property, right, they've done planning and investigation and research to help them set what is going to be the rental rates for that building. And I would assume that anybody that's looking to open a store would also do that research investigation to understand, even though things may fluctuate in the future, what the current market looks like for the pricing of food and other goods that they will be selling to the community.
If it has to do with that, I mean, we're not gonna mark up prices. I'm not sure what you mean, but she did talk about serving the community after the pricing issue. We're not gonna have expired food. We're gonna have clean. Everything's gonna be on date and everything, make sure that it meets the inspection of the health and everything else. So I'm not sure if that was the serving part, that we're not gonna be doing anything that's I'm not sure what it meant. Yes.
Don't to respect our neighbors, okay, in the neighborhood. So we're just trying to ascertain it. That's where you said you put a business plan out there. Your property, you own your property, or is it mortgage? Okay, again, it
I would say the business plan, which is board exhibit number 7, on page 5 does have some revenue expense projections based on their research of similar sized grocery stores. And they expect a 55% profit margin on items such as fruits and vegetables, which drives most of their sales. And then products such as milk, eggs, bread typically have 20%. And some of that is because if you have fresh fruits and vegetables, you're probably not going to sell all of them. Some will spoil, and then you need to, have enough for profit margin to pay for that. But they're expecting to generate a small profit in year 1, a more modest one in years 2 and 3. And so this is, I do need to say, I've been doing this a long time. This is a very well thought out business plan, and provides for a lot of eventualities that many of my clients don't look that far ahead when they're opening a business. This has been very carefully done.
Okay, I have an additional question, if that's all right. I think you briefly touched on it already, but in terms of security, that would be something that's done just by the regular employees that work at the cash register? Or is that something you're going to contract out?
Again, we'll have all the cameras needed in the area. We'll have our employees keep an eye. And if there's anything, we'll have the police, the city police, or that will help us out with any situations or anything. So again, we're willing to, I mean, the USA Fried Chicken, we know all the cops around because they are able to help us anytime. And they are the one that trust us that if they need to see the camera for anything that happening, we'll be happy to do that with our neighbors in the area as well.
Okay, so just to clarify, it's more like a surveillance as opposed to like a real, I guess, presence to keep the negative aspects that we're all concerned about away from the facility. Like, in other words, how will you deter? Yeah, how will you deter the crime that we're concerned about?
Are you asking if we're gonna hire a security guard?
Yes.
Not in the beginning, no. Based on everything that we have planned. If we need to, we'll be happy to do that. And we have said that in the beginning, from before even coming to the city council and everything, we've talked with me and my dad and the whole crew, that if you need to do that in order to make sure that the neighbors know that we're not, we're here to make sure everybody's safe, including our employees, which will be my dad there. So I want to make sure my dad's safe, as well as all the neighbors. My dad would like to talk. What شما قسم بتونم.
If he can come to a microphone. Yeah. He can take. Let's finish with her question and then.
All right, so that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
There will be time for public comment too.
All the names.
Miss Porter. She's Porter. He wasn't.
I do, yes. Michael Safala.
Get up. Sir, if you could please state your full name and address, please.
My name is Michael Safala. I stay at 450 Crescent Street.
Get that.
C as in cat, EF as in Frank, ALA.
Right, if you could please raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you are about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, sir.
Thank you.
This will be brief. Mr. Safala,
Yes, sir.
how do you know the applicant here, Mr. Amani?
Who?
You know Mr. Amani?
Yes.
How do you know him?
I go to US Fry and I know from the masjid, I go to Al Samborin. I do security over there. So
What is that?
it's a mosque, a Muslim mosque.
So you know him from mosque and
Yeah, I
from
know.
his other store.
Yes, sir.
Did he? And right, that's what I said, from the fried chicken and from the mosque, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Have you been asked to knock on doors in the neighborhood and seek public opinion on this?
I was, sir. I
And
was asked. to.
did you in fact do that?
I did, sir.
Do you have with you and today a result of what you found?
Yes, sir. I want the doors, the people that signed up is 63 signatures. 7 said no. Some was nasty. I still want to go knock on people's doors. I didn't care. I was just trying to help the brother out. He came to me for my advice. He said, hey, good brother, since you know English and you from Harrisburg, will you please help me out and do this favor for me? And I said, yes.
So there were 7 no's and the rest of the 63 were yeses.
Yes, sir. And most of it was from like the people in front of the store and on the side, because they said it would be better for a convenience store because they right there, they closer, so.
I'm going to accept the word, the petition that I have to say. I would have handed this tonight, but I have made a copy for myself. Since the application, special exception application. Question number 12 asked us to submit any evidence of neighborhood support, such petitions or letter of support. That's why we're submitting this. We recognize that this is not the same as bringing 55 witnesses. But we do think that it shows an indication that there are people in the community that are supportive of this application. And we ask you that you give the weight that it deserves to receive. That's fine. That's all the questions That's all the questions I have of this witness. If the board or anybody else has questions of him.
Four 50 Crescent Street. No.
Yeah, we're not offering him as a witness of someone who is a neighborhood. We're offering him as the person that's personally circulated and knocked on 63 doors, which is an awful lot of
More
doors to
than
knock
that.
on.
But I got refused. Some of
I was going to ask the owner to speak briefly on the question that was just asked by a member of the audience, but yes.
So my question to this, the legitimacy of all of those names that he collected, this, gentleman showed up at my doorstep at 7:35 last night, with the clipboard, saying that he was paid by Mr. Amani to get, the names, and I have video footage of that I'd like to play as evidence. So the question is, were you paid by Mr. Amani to collect these names?
I wasn't taking back the name. I was taking my time. I wasn't taking back the name. I wasn't taking go down on my door. Collect the name. He was paying me for my time. I got a business.
Understood. Thank you.
That's it. Can I play the footage?
There's no need. We're good. To the mic, please, because of the,
Okay, I still really have a concern about the traffic flow. Cause. Oh, no, no. Okay.
Questions with regard to this witness? So yes, do you have any other witnesses?
Just give me a second.
So it's on. No, not sure. Sergeant Gabizon? Yeah.
I swear him in then. You could please state your name and your address before I swear you in.
My name is Amani Zaruddin. I live in Harrisburg, 6422 Quick Pin Drive.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Tell him true. Anything I say, tell him true. I see 35 years I'm in the American. 35 years I see a lot of good place in a good supermarket like this. I want to fix it like a 7-Eleven, maybe 7-Eleven, same like 7-Eleven and the same like like that I fix it. These people, I buy a building, That guy is coming, is the first, second day, third day. He say, you will be shooting. After that, that soil, this one is.
Second thing you mentioned was the bushes that was grown on the side of the sidewalk. Before we had bought it, there was thorns. I think that's the correct term. There was thorns, they would poke if you walk. So obviously, we didn't want that in our business, and he had mentioned that he had a conflict with our brother-in-law who was there to clean up the space.
اولی امی که اولی اینا امی جمعیه اینا لی از یک کدامایت برده اونجا امی پارکینگات ما از سری سرک تا اون سری سرک پارکینگ دیو پارک است گراشی مرا مایده کرد ما خب برای یک چیزی آنها گفتیم که چرا امی پارک میکنیم ما خب بنزی خوب است.
He said that anybody, you guys go to our space right now, check it out. There's people that are here as well. They're parked, there's cars are parked in our parking lot. We have never said anything to fight or have, you know, we're gonna call the towing.
That size is for this my
Yes.
that whole
They have hit our garage, not them. They would have hit the garage, is something that you mentioned as well. We have not had no issue, we've never said we're gonna call the towing, you know, this is our space now. That's something that.
And another thing, you guys, you hacks for the internet, you hacks for money, you say for a chicken, that's good person, bad person. The city people work in the street, joy barca can make
Yes, the
a
construction.
lot of people, maybe one night is going to buy it for money. So you say you good. You ask for the people work in construction. کارگرایی که سیتی است اما پولیش از پیش ما آمدن اون پولیش از پیش ما یکی در بیرون
Is there anything relevant or?
That's it.
Well,
That-
Say, say. Say.
The last thing we had mentioned as well, it was about the reviews and, because we got really nasty comments, to be honest, from people that we bring drug dealers and, you know, crackheads hang around our stores. We were one of the best rated when it comes to USA Fried Chicken for where we're at, for our cleanness in the area. We're also one of the best rated in Mechanicsburg if you have a business. We're saying, why don't you bring martial arts or that business here to serve? We are trying to serve, you know, so that's something he was just very hurt by thinking that we bring drug dealers and criminals in the area.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
He's one of the chapters to make a statement or present evidence in the case. We'll start with.
Yes, yes.
Is, there are residents that are currently parked, like he said, on that parking lot. They currently, because we have off-street parking. I don't park on your parking lot. Let me state that for the record, but there are other residents that park on your parking lot. All of those spaces above the playground, residents park there. How do you plan to make peace with the residents when you tell them they can go on the park?
ما که باید نمی نفرای که حالا پارکینگ میکنن میشنه شما که دکان تا واس کنن چی میکنن امیارا میمونن نمیمونن اوکی کم بگین Listen. He says we need 5 parking lots. Everything else is yours. We're happy to, we're not Walmart. Take our parking spots, park there. We're not a towing company. We just need 5 spots open so our customers that are driving by can park in.
make my statement. I apologize because you have to read it out. So again, my name is Chantel Mohammed. I live at 1102 North 17th Street. I became a licensed real estate professional in December 2020 with Century 21 Realty of Camp Hill. In 2021, I set out to find a forever home for my family that we could buy outright and fix it up to our liking. After finding my current property, I began to do my due diligence in gaining knowledge of this community and the building adjacent to our property, which is 1100 North 17th Street. I gathered information from the multi-list, public records. I even went to Better Homes and Garden, the brokerage that listed this property, to ask questions. Knowing that this property was for commercial use, medium residential, I sought out the zoning laws and codes to see what kind of usages this building could house. And I found it was zoned E for education with the childcare usage grandfathered in. I say all that to say, I would have never purchased this home with the knowledge that a grocery store, i.e. convenience store, could be right next to my back door. We were in our home 7 months before the current owner, Masrudin Amani, completed the sale of this property on March 18th, 2022, in which it was very peaceful and neighborly up until that point. During the month of June, July, Mr. Amani and his sons began to tell a few residents they were going to put a grocery store in the property and began demolition, mostly on the weekends, as it appeared to me that they were undocumented and unlicensed workers without a building permit. Now Mr. Amani lives in Mechanicsburg, so what happens over here don't necessarily affect him. However, my property is in the direct line of fire if anything goes wrong in that property. A stop work order was put on the property approximately July 14th as a result of lack of permits. Given the fact that Mr. Amani owns several other businesses, understanding the necessity for building permits when demoing, opening a building would be a common knowledge, but this speaks to his complete disregard to code laws and the residents in the area. On or around September 15, 2022, Mr. Amani hired one of the residents that live on her street across from 1100 North 17th Street property to cut down the entire plant screen that encased the property in the parking lot in front of the building. I was so disappointed for several reasons, one being safety, as we have witnessed 5 accidents at the corner of 17th and Her within a year, and the plant screen served as an extra border to keep debris and accidents off both our properties. Secondly, I know this may seem insignificant, but a whole bird sanctuary lived in the shrubbery in the front, and after the decision from the planning meeting on 9/19, this was the owner's act of vengeance. Beforehand, I printed out the zoning laws 7-307.11, 7-307.12, and 7-307.13, and took them to the owner's other business on 13th and Dairy before the higher hand could get around to the front of the building, but to no avail. My final point, Mr. Jacob Bowman reached out to me via email to see if it was okay to pass our contact information on to Mr. Amani's attorney so that we can set up a community meeting and discuss or get to know Mr. Amani's plans for the property better. I immediately emailed back with an affirmative yes to giving our contact information, and to this date, there has been no communication to the residents as a community to start any dialogue. However, at 7:35 last night, a very peculiar young man showed up on my doorstep asking me to sign a petition for the owner to open a store. He stated his name to me was Michael Abdullah, and that Mr. Amani hired him to go door to door to get 50 to 60 names, and that they had to be turned in by today, 2 p.m. I have video footage of this interaction, but this continued to speak to Mr. Amani's unethical modus operandi. Lastly, in my opinion, anyone that has voted yes for the opening of this convenience store has been paid. And that's my opinion. While on the porch, and lastly, I have to say, while his sons were out there doing work on the front of the property, cutting down the shrubbery, there were several cars that drove by that said, "Yo, MF, what you doing over here?" This is the kind of element that he wants to bring in our community. Have documentation of what the shrubbery looked like before and what it looks like. I understand that aesthetics is subjective, but this is before.
Yep.
So this would be.
That's not the current.
I do not.
I do want to just make a comment that we are transcribing all of this for the Court of Common Pleas, and that the laws are for the city's zoning code and the municipalities planning code, and that we are trying to stick to legally relevant comments. I know this can be emotional and it can be less so. So if we could just keep to legally relevant comments to the zoning code and the municipalities planning code. Go from there. So Ms. Parker.
Mr. Chairman, should she be sworn in if she's going to give testimony?
I believe.
And I was an objector.
She was an objector. She was not sworn in. Was she?
You were sworn in, correct?
I didn't.
No, I didn't think so. No, she sat back down. Please state your full name and your address.
Patricia Parker. I reside at 1612 First Street, Harrisburg, PA.
You could please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes. Well, since I've been living and owning our home at 1612, which is adjacent to the parking lot near the business, I've always noticed there was traffic. Now, there is a do not enter sign off of her street, which currently there is traffic entering into that area, which is their parking lot. Now, it's not supposed to happen, but it's been happening. Now, my concern is that going to continue? They start and own the operating of the business there, and also coming in from the rear of the parking lot, they mentioned off of Cumberland Street, to enter the park at that playground where it's currently standing, a playground right now, which is fenced in. If they're saying that the traffic flow will come in entering that way, our residences adjoin that area. So that we have a double garage back there, and so do others have garages back there. So that Sharp Street runs adjacent to our property as well as theirs, in that parking lot area that they mentioned. So I'm just concerned of how much traffic will be coming through those side streets, short streets, coming in and out of there. And I don't know if they have to work with the city, get certain signs, whatever they need to do. Is that gonna happen? It's just that I can see traffic. That's all I can see. Living in that neighborhood for over 30 years. And like the other neighbor said, We already have serious accidents at that corner at 17th and her. Our property is near there also. So I'm just concerned of the traffic flow. That's all.
Could I ask this witness? What, Ms. Parker, when it was a daycare center, did people turn it off of her street into the parking lot? To drop their children off or pick them up?
I don't know what kind of enforcement this one is. I have seen happen since the business was not operating. I just want to make sure that it's not gonna happen or what you're gonna do about it to deter that from happening.
We're certainly going to follow all the city parking and directional signs, certainly. Is 17th and her, is you, several people talk about traffic accidents, 17th and her. Are there any traffic controls out there, stop signs or anything like that?
At 17th and her, the red light.
Oh, there is a traffic light there.
Yeah. at
Okay.
17th.
Thank you.
But there is a do not enter sign right there.
On short.
But park and drive in here, like
Yes.
there's no sign here.
Question for the city. Is there any street parking on her on the north side of her street?
On the north side, no,
How about on the west side of 17?
no.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Mohammed, do you have anything to present that hasn't been presented so far?
I'll keep it. Moving. The convenience stores that are in the neighborhood, one on the corner, I think you mentioned D&L. I go there often. There are food stuffs on the shelf. There's fresh. I've talked to him about presenting fresh vegetables into that store. We've had meetings with that consumer on that corner several times, and I continue to meet with him on a daily basis to give him ideas on how to make that a more convenient place for the community. So that convenience store is there. Then we have a bordello right over on 19th Street that is operating very well. I go there too. I buy some things to run out of. We go to the store, bordello. Then we go a little bit further down the street. There's a gas station right there before you go into Edgemont, where it sells gasoline, food, milk, everything else that you could possibly want in the convenience store as well. So I just wanted to give the demographics of what to, and then down at the bottom of the hill on her in Cameron, there's another convenience store right there, Sunoco, that I get gas from every morning, actually. So there's in the proximity of that neighborhood demographic, there's a whole lot of convenience stores. I just wanted to make that.
Thank you. Mr. Getz, you have any questions of Mr. Mohammed?
Just briefly, Mr. Mohammed, D&L's, which I think also has its logo, Hood Good Food, right? D&L's that you mentioned on 1501 Her Street, am I correct that they sell French fries and fried Oreos and cheesesteaks and things like that?
I don't eat those things. I don't know what they sell as far as fast food is concerned. I am a vegan. I don't
Good
know what
for
those
you.
things are. So I would like to see healthy foods. I've been talking to them about introducing fresh foods and vegetables to the community. We've sat down to my tribal education firm and I've talked to him about the food paradigm and all those things. So hopefully we're going to improve those things. But as far as what he sells, I don't eat fast foods out of a.
I didn't ask if you sold fast foods. I said, have you seen, when you've been in that store every day, have you seen them selling French fries and Beyond Beef subs, both of which are probably vegan, and things of that nature?
No, I don't. When people buy stuff, it's in a bag. I don't know what they got in their bag. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Miss Howard? Do you have anything to add? You don't? Okay. All right.
I have another question for the city. Looking at the zoning map on about page 26 of 66 in our packet, because I have it up online. About how many feet away is the first zone in which this convenience store would be an outright permitted use?
I don't know the exact distance off the top of my head, but I know if you see probably be the pink commercial neighborhood where it is permitted by right. Believe that would be one of the closer districts. Again, I don't have it in front of me, so. That's the most common district in the city that has convenience stores by right,
That's about 15th in her.
I believe so.
Thank you.
I think we had one person that was an objector that was,
She was not in the, she was, we're gonna open it to audience.
yeah, just go ahead. If you want
It's the audience comment. No. Just her comment.
Deborah Porter, address 1407 Marion Street. This, my concern is security. A lot of the convenience stores in the city. I know when an owner buys a store, he doesn't bring the drug dealers with him. But it seems to be after the store is established, that's a hangout for them. Most convenience stores in the city are hangouts for the kids. And that's the problem. It's a store down the street from my house. They have security. So you better, like you said, your surveillance security, that's good. But you're going to need more than that to keep these kids away, because that's not going to be enough. The store down the street from my house, they have security. On the side, they have crack, they sell crack, you know, that's where the junkies hang out.
We're keeping it.
But I'm saying as far as security is concerned, most of our convenience stores within the city, that's where the kids hang out, and that's what causes the problems within community. That's all I'm saying. So as far as security, you have to have better security, this surveillance.
I think that point's been
Yeah.
touched on. Thank you.
Ms. Porter, am I correct that you live about 2 blocks from Millworks down in Midtown?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a concerned citizen.
Oh, yes,
That's-
ma'am.
No, I
Yes, ma'am.
said where I lived at.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
thank you.
Oh, okay.
We're good.
Understand.
Thank you.
Anybody?
Anybody else?
Name's Donald Lyons, live at 1835 Marbury Street, Harrisburg, PA, 17104. So, I'm a community activist. Also, I help get those people that you were talking about off the street, try to get them help into facilities to change their life. So having been a person of change, change is a must. It's something that we all have to face and encompass. Unfortunately, it seems to me that a lot of this stuff is just nitpicking. If you guys establish a civic association for your particular area, and perhaps get because there is some space upstairs, then you could be a part of the solution, not part of the problem. Another thing is that you don't have a situation like I do. I have piccolos at the corner of my bar, or it's a bar at the corner of my block. And it is very dangerous. In fact, I have a 2021 VW Atlas and it just got hit Saturday night by a drunk driver. You guys don't have that problem. And I understand it. I didn't want it neither. And I thought that was a very nice neighborhood up the street. But around the corner, there's a convenience store. And that man didn't bring those people there. But coming from economics or whatever, you blame it on COVID or whatever, like people are going to do what they have to do. And so if I don't participate in my community to make a change, then I can sit back and talk about some stuff and put a label on some people and not know the situation. So I can be either part of the problem or I can be part of the solution. What it seems like is you guys need to be a partner with that.
Thank you.
I have no questions.
On behalf of the city, I just want to make a couple quick points.
Okay.
This is the RM district. When we're doing these and there's a public that is the neighborhood coming, we can look at the objectives that are stated in the zoning code. For a change in use under 721.5C, where a special exception is required, the board shall determine whether the applicant has provided sufficient proof to show the proposed new use will be equal to or have less impact in external effects than pre-existing non-conforming use with regard to. And the first item under there is traffic safety and generation, especially truck traffic, which is, at least from, I think, the city's point of view, the number one difference about the cars coming and going with children and picking them up and dropping them off. And a store that will have, as we all do, we see with them, what's being delivered and dropped off. How frequent that is, I'm not really clear as on the record. And frankly, it'll depend how successful the business is on how often they need trucks coming in and out of that area. But it is their burden to show that. And one of the objectives is to preserve neighborhoods is one of the primary objectives of the zoning code, particularly in the RM district. I know how the planning commission saw it. I think that there was probably a mixed view from the planning bureau that, so I think that the board does have a tough decision between what you have in front of you, between both the applicant and the neighborhood. But those are the legal standards from our point of view that we would ask that be weighed with this application.
Thank you.
If I could just say in a matter of wrapping up, the fact that there are other convenience stores in the zoning district suggests that it is compatible with the neighborhood. The fact that there are needs for food, certainly, in, you know, as we've hopefully gotten ourselves through COVID, there are still needs for people to get easy, accessible, good food. That's what my client's hoping to bring to this location.
We're going to take a recess and go through some legal questions with our counsel. I'm going to use the restroom. I suggest if anybody else needs to use the restroom, now's a good chance.
Potentially be locked if you try to come back in, so just be cognizant of that if you're
here, and any other questions from the board?
No.
Then I'm gonna make a motion to deny the special exception for the use and the parking and the variance for the sign. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Phipps. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. We're gonna move on, and I'm gonna go out of order of the agenda. I'm gonna call up number 2535. This is a special exception application for 1725 Walnut Street. This is a zoned residential medium density filed by Fern Wilcox with Daystar Center for spiritual recovery to establish supportive housing family use. I'm surprised. Sorry.
Trying to catch up.
All right, if the solicitor could read into the record the documents that are in the city file.
Okay, what I've marked as exhibits are Exhibit B1, proof of publication, the time and place and the nature of this application were published in the Patriot News, a newspaper of general circulation on August 2nd and on October 2nd and October 9th, 2022. Exhibit B2 is a letter dated October 12, 2022, sent from the Deputy Planning Director, Jacob Bowen, to the applicant, notifying the applicant of the time and place of the hearing. Board Exhibit number 3 is the hearing notice posted upon the property in question, and that occurred on September 28, 2022. Board Exhibit number 4 is the applicant's notification letter and certificate of mailings to the required neighbors. Board Exhibit number 5 is the application. Board Exhibit number 6 are 3 photos on 3 of the exterior of the property on 3 pages. Board Exhibit number 7 is a 1-page floor plan. Board Exhibit number 8 is the deed that applicant is using for the purposes of standing, dated January 6, 2010. Board Exhibit number 9 is a petition in support of the application for supportive housing / family use. Board Exhibit number 10 is a Recovery House Scholarship Program Agreement dated August 23rd, 2022 between Capital Area Behavioral Health Collaborative Incorporated and Daystar Center for Spiritual Recovery. Board Exhibit number 11 is a certificate of licensure issued by the Pennsylvania Department of Drug and Alcohol Programs to Daystar Center for Spiritual Recovery for a recovery house. Board Exhibit number 12 is the Planning Commission Planning Bureau case report, and Board Exhibit number 13 is the City of Harrisburg Planning Commission resolution. So, Mr. Chairman, I have Board Exhibits B1 through B13.
Thank you, sir. I just want to note that Mr. Bowen is still sworn in from the beginning of the hearing. And if, Mr. Bowen, if you could please briefly summarize the case and the issues and what the city's position is.
So as previously noted, this request is to operate a supportive housing family use, which this is actually a use permitted by right in the residential medium density district. So the request is actually for relief from the off-street parking requirements associated with the use. So this property at 1725 Walnut Street is a 0.02 acre lot. This features a 3-story, 1,664 square foot brick structure, which was constructed circa 1910. This property is bounded by Walnut Street to the north, the property at 1727 Walnut Street to the east, the property at 88 North 18th Street to the south, and the property at 1723 Walnut Street to the west. So the Harrisburg Planning Commission recommended the request be approved with the following conditions. Condition 1, Property shall maintain all required licenses or certificates under any applicable federal, state, or county regulations authorizing use as supportive housing for individuals with disabilities. If at any point in time such licenses or certificates expire or are revoked, the subject property shall cease to function as a supportive housing family use. Condition 2, the applicant shall maintain and effectively enforce program restrictions prohibiting vehicle use for residents living at the property. Condition 3, the applicant will coordinate with the Department of Public Works to ensure the account billing is updated to reflect the new use. So the Planning Commission recommended this request be approved for the following reasons. Reason 1, the applicant has an established history within the city of operating similar uses within compliance with all city regulations and has provided sufficient state licenses to operate the proposed use by right. Reason 2, the proposed use will generate a similar demand to the on-street parking supply as a by right single-family dwelling, given the applicant will not permit residents to have a personal vehicle while living at the subject property. So yeah, at the Planning Commission, there was pretty limited discussion with this. It was pretty straightforward. I did provide a staff comment regarding this use. It is interesting looking at the supportive housing family. Just wanted to make clear with this application, part in that reason that they do have a state license that they provided with us. They are an established, organization working with people where drug and alcohol recovery is considered a disability. And that's why it's kind of classified under that single family, under that supportive housing family use. And that's something our office gets a lot of people trying to do rooming houses essentially under that classification. So that's where it's clear that they provide that license to make that distinguished from just a regular rooming house. And we feel that the applicant has clearly demonstrated that.
Mr. Bowen, what we're talking about is one parking space. Is that
Yes, for the
correct?
parking space. I just wanted to make that clarification though
Okay.
of just kind of a general overview. But yes, that's what the consideration is for just relief for one off-street parking spot and not the use. I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of background why we classify that as a supportive housing family.
Okay, thank you. The applicant is here. If you could please state your full name and addresses, please.
My name is Fern Wilcox. Address is 1598 Reading Road, and that's Moton, Pennsylvania, 19540.
My name is Ronald Sloan. Address is 621 South 80th Street, Harrisburg, PA 17111.
If you could both please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please tell us about this project here, this house.
Okay, Daystar has been in existence. Our main facility is right around the corner of the property that we're talking about, 125. We've been there 25 years. Before I got to Daystar, the place on Walnut Street was not appropriately zoned, or nobody came here to make everything official. When I first got there, I did try and do that. Codes told me that we couldn't do that we weren't in there by right or anything. Department of Drug and Alcohol is requiring a license for all facilities. So we got our license. We have 2 individuals in there now. And they are not allowed to have automobiles because this facility is for support from our main facility. While folks are in recovery, those folks have 6 months to a year recovery by the time they go into that facility. And you don't let them get a car because they don't have their own roof over their head yet. Everybody is employed and productively working. So we help them with their unrealistic expectations sometimes of, wanting a car first So they're not allowed to have an automobile. While they're there, they're allowed to save for one, and then they get one. They have to on their own.
Ms. Wilcox, do you believe that there's adequate off-street parking for one parking spot in that area?
It's not a lot of parking.
There's room for a parking spot.
Probably, yeah. But we don't, like, if we go over there, we walk over. Nobody uses
I understand.
the spot.
Do you agree with the facts that Mr. Bowen stated? And are you acceptable to the conditions that were put on?
Absolutely.
Neil, do you have another?
Anybody from the audience?
Anybody from the audience? I'm gonna make it's pretty straightforward. Motion to approve, I'm gonna make a motion to approve with the conditions set forth in the planning commission's resolution for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, staying out of order, I'm gonna bring up number 2537, so variance application for 1510 Market Street, zone residential medium density, filed by Shalom Properties to convert and redevelop an existing place of worship into a 14-room supportive housing facility. If the solicitor would please read into the record the documents that are in the city's file.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have marked as Board Exhibit number 1, a proof of publication. Time and place and the nature of this application was advertised in Patriot News on October 2nd and October 9, 2022. Board Exhibit number 2 is a letter dated October 12, 2022 from the Deputy Planning Director Jacob Bowen to the applicant notifying the applicant of the time and place of the hearing. Board Exhibit number 3 is the hearing notice posted upon the property in question, which occurred on September 28, 2022. Board Exhibit number 4 is the applicant's notification letter and certificate of mailing to the required neighbors. Board Exhibit number 5 is the application and attached narrative. Board Exhibit number 6 are a series of 8 photographs of the interior and exterior of the property on 4 pages. Board Exhibit number 7 is a preliminary land development plan of 7 pages. Board Exhibit number 8 is a deed dated April 24, 2019 into Shalom Properties. Board Exhibit number 9 is the Planning Bureau revised case report. Board Exhibit number 10 is the City of Harrisburg Planning Commission resolution. So they're Board Exhibits 1 through 10.
Thank you, sir. Just a reminder that Mr. Bowen is still sworn in from the beginning of the meeting. Mr. Bowen, if you could please summarize the case, the issues, and what the city's position is.
Absolutely. So the applicant is proposing to convert and redevelop an existing place of worship into a 14-room supportive housing facility with shared living facilities and accessory supportive services. This just requires a variance for the use. So this property at 1510 Market Street is a 0.23 acre lot with a 3-story, 17,936 square foot brick structure, which was constructed around 1912. With an addition on the western elevation constructed circa 1955. So this property is bounded by Eagle Alley to the north, North 16th Street to the east, Market Street to the south, and the property at 1504 Market Street to the west. The Harrisburg Planning Commission recommended this request be approved with the following conditions. Condition 1, the applicant will receive approval from the Planning Commission and City Council for the accompanying land development plan application and will incorporate any conditions adopted in the approval of the application. Condition 2, the applicant will provide a written lease agreement to the planning bureau that dedicates at least 6 off-street parking spaces within 500 feet of the proposed use to meet the parking requirements outlined in section 7-327.6A of the zoning code. Condition 3, the applicant will coordinate with the Department of Public Works to ensure that the account billing is updated to reflect the new use. And condition 4, the applicant is required to obtain or show any license or certification that may be required to operate the proposed facility. The Planning Commission recommended the request be approved for the following reasons. Reason 1, the proposal will provide critical housing to women and children facing homelessness in a way that is compatible with both the property and the surrounding community. Reason 2, the proposal will adaptively reuse a property which has demonstrated physical hardship based on the overall large size and configuration that would otherwise be challenging to use within the strict conformity of the zoning code. So to elaborate a little bit on the conditions, so for condition 1, the applicant did submit land development plan that went through the Planning Commission, did receive recommendation of approval. So that information, the resolution will be forwarded to City Council for their vote. And then to elaborate a little bit on condition 2 for the lease agreement, that will actually involve, because they do have a parking lot, an accessory lot where they're using some spots for daycare use. It's in the same facility. So that the lot actually was configured in a way it does not meet the zoning code quite recently. So one of the conditions in the land development plan is to bring that lot into conformance. So they'll actually will lose some parking spots. So part of that, in discussions with the applicant, they do have been working with a lot next door to them within 500 feet. They're just finalizing, actually getting the written lease agreement. So if that agreement were not provided to us, they'd have to come back before you guys to receive relief for the off-street parking requirements. And just to elaborate on the staff recommendation of approval, in the city, there's a lot of really large churches, very difficult to repurpose. And that's sort of where we felt that there is a demonstration with that physical hardship to find a repurpose for these very difficult buildings.
Thank you. The applicants, could please state your name, your address, and your business title if relevant.
Kyla Harvey. My address is 230 Farm Ridge Drive North, Harrisburg 17110. And I'm the executive director of Shalom House in Shalom Property.
John Snyder, owner of SLD Planning and Consulting, 801 Belvedere, Carlisle.
All right, if you could both please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please tell us about the project.
So we purchased the church in 2019. Currently we out the first floor. We renovated the first floor, and Head Start occupies the whole first floor. So there's about 7 preschool classes. Their social service unit is there as well. On the second floor, we recently renovated, and the administrative office for Shalom House is there, as well as our drop-in site. So community members have opportunities to drop in during the week to access our case management team, to connect to resources. The final phase in the project will be to convert the sanctuary into housing. And our plan is to create mixed-use housing. So some of the units will be transitional with a longer stay, and some of them will be emergency shelter.
Do you agree with the facts and the issues that were stated by the zoning administrator?
Yes.
And how do you feel about the conditions?
Go ahead. The only condition that is somewhat problematic is on the parking. Bringing up the additional lot. It's a lot located across Market Street, not directly adjoining the property. To the current standards. Right now it houses 12 parking spaces. The lot is non-conforming in almost every way. It's over 40 foot wide. So I'm trying to introduce some green space into that. We could do that, but taking a parking lot in the city, is it really the city's wish to go from a 12 spaces down to 4 or 5? There's also a previous case, 2019, a special exception for the daycare that requires a certain amount of parking spaces in that parking lot. We don't know how we can revise that and possibly invalidate that previous.
And I would like to just add, Shalom House and the Rock Church, we do have a great working relationship. I am in discussions with Pastor Josh to talk about how we can utilize some of his space, because he actually utilizes ours. So, you know, we definitely want to make it work for the community, both Shalom House and the Rock Church. So I don't foresee it being an issue. But yeah, just the issue with the space that we do.
One of the solutions that was brought up by the staff is we either obtain additional property or get an easement from a third party, which we have no control over. A third property to be able to force somebody to sell us more land or give us the right of way. Access that property, access the parking lot, not off of Market Street. Off the city. That's, we really can't, a condition that's imposed on us that we have a third party sell us land, we can't really say that we're gonna be able to do that.
I would note that this condition is just for securing the lease, doesn't relate to reconfiguring the lot. That actually is part of the condition, the land development plan. And just a concern for the lot as configured that's owned by the applicant is that there's not sufficient space for circulation to basically to exit the lot. You either have to go over the sidewalk or you have to go through the adjacent lot because there is no permitted curb cut in part of the lot. So it's just being 40 feet wide, you can't have two 18-feet spaces with a sufficient drive aisle. So for us to count these as 12 legal spots, that's why that condition to obtain some type of lease to secure those 6 spaces. Because as mentioned, the child care center, which is located in the newer edition of this church, they actually use those 6 spaces for that parking lot. So they would have to come up with a lease for 6 spaces within 500 feet. So this, on the zoning perspective, this does not involve the reconfiguration aspect, though it does relate since that's part of the lot consolidation land development, just land development.
If I may know, so currently we operate the emergency shelter. There's only one staff on site for 3 different shifts. So one staff. When we move over to the other building, there may be 2 staff, and we have very limited residents that have vehicles.
Yeah, and frankly, if the applicants did have to come before you for relief, it would be for 6 off-street parking spots. We would likely, staff would recommend that be approved, even if they were able to get that relief, that agreement. So just a little bit of background, since it will be basically women and children facing homelessness, limited number of staff, that parking impact would be limited. The reason that the request is not here for off-street parking was because the applicants indicated that they would likely be able to secure a parking lease.
The audience have any comments, questions? Neil?
I'm just a little confused on the parking at the moment. So is the recommendation they have a lease, or the recommendation that?
It's a requirement that they have a lease. That's a condition that they have to meet. So they don't have to, so they're in compliance.
But if they sought relief, we would recommend that they get relief.
Sorry?
But if they sought relief, we would recommend they get relief. That's my question. That's, you know, if we're requiring it.
So you think we should?
I think they're doing God's work.
Yeah.
Okay. The Rock Church.
Yes. Yes, and we recently, so the lot that the corner store used, we actually repurposed the lot, so we got it paved and we have like a tow truck coming through if they're not permitted. So we do have some extra spots there, but again, it's not as effective.
No.
Yeah, that's why.
That's can we.
I'm going to make a motion to approve with the conditions set forth in the planning commission resolution for approval.
Sorry to interrupt you. This is not orthodox, but with discussions with the applicant,
Hold on.
they,
I'm going to withdraw my motion.
okay, sorry about that.
Carry on.
Because I just want to make sure they don't end up back here. Just through our discussions, I was under the impression that they would be able to satisfy condition 2, that they would have a parking lease. They are indicating that there's a potential they wouldn't be able to satisfy that condition. So I don't know if there's they might need to request a special exception. I know it's not advertised for that. Additionally, I know that introduces some issues. But I just kind of wanted to just air that out before, the vote was made. Just because I just became aware of that just now. I do apologize.
So I think we could withdraw the condition and then determine whether, once the dust settles, whether it's subject to administrative approval of the planning bureau, or whether it has to come back for a special exception, depending what their arrangement is.
And I think that would be acceptable.
I have a question. So if we reconfigure the lot that we currently have that has 12, Don is saying that we could get 5 spaces. Once it's reconfigured, then we would be willing to do that. And then we will only need an additional 1 space to meet the 6 spaces.
Yes.
So will we be able to do that?
Some of the issue is those spaces are used for your daycare center, which received zoning relief in 2019. So that's kind of where that complication comes in.
It also complicates because this is not formal. So, what level of change to the parking lot can we all agree on that we maybe not lose 7 of the 12 spaces? Parking is at a premium. It really is. And the little space, substandard might be better than loss of 7.
And it was configured as these 12 spaces quite recently in the past couple of years. Want to make that note.
Just a comment, sure looks like the redevelopment authority owns the property right behind you.
So we actually own one of the lots and then have developer rights for the other 2 behind the church.
And that was another issue brought up at planning commission. Actually, in the rear, there's some gravel there. That was actually a condition of land development, is to remove that gravel, not to use it as parking, since that's not HRA land, can't be sold for a primary accessory lot.
Church sits here.
Right.
Here is the parking lot in question.
Right.
Property behind it is
I'm going the other way.
Behind
Sorry.
the church.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Got you.
Behind the church,
Yeah.
but
Got you.
here is
Yeah.
where the parking lot is.
Okay. No, but I understand what Jacob's saying too. Okay.
But either way, I mean, as Neil mentioned, I mean, condition 2, that's that's gonna be a requirement anyways. They're gonna have to meet the parking standards. So I guess if they don't come up with it to this our satisfaction, they could be back before you, if they don't find a way to meet the parking minimums. Kind of want to make that clear for the record for the applicant and the boards, that's all.
So if you were gonna space, we need to delete the two and replace that with the fact that the applicant will have to meet their minimum standards of satisfaction. And if not, they have to.
Minimum standards satisfactory. What's the last part?
They would have to come and reapply for a special. They're saying that they can't particularly get these for this particular line. So they have to-
God bless you.
By the state was to get an easement or buy part of Mr. McGee's property in back. So you're not losing space. But we have no control over that. Again, of course, in the seller give us the.
Have you asked him that?
We just received that comment this morning, so no, we haven't.
Oh, okay.
Dropping 2 and adding 5. That'll come down. Okay. Yeah, I think I got it. I'm gonna make it a motion to approve with the conditions set forth in the planning commission's resolution for approval with the exception of condition 2. So gonna add condition 5 to where they meet the minimum standards of satisfaction to the city for parking. If not, they would have to reapply for special exception.
Second.
Second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
So,
Okay. 2533. Variance and special exception application for Capitol Heights Phase 2. Start at the bottom. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may the city inquire?
Sure.
Couple housekeeping details. One, because of the complexity of 2 related applications, the city's law bureau is going to formally enter its appearance in both matters, just because of the details and complexity of the 2. So that we can go back and forth with questioning in an orderly fashion if we need to question things along the way. There is a large number of variances and special exceptions in front of you right now. Two, I really think that my colleague has no interest in the Peace Corps. He's just leaving before he has to do these two full hearings. So, but that.
Heard
but-
about that.
Yes, but so with that, the question is how to proceed, because these are going to be long. They were very long in the planning commission. And from the city's perspective, to preserve timetables and rights, there's a time for which these proceedings have to commence. We would ask, regardless of how you do it, both matters be called tonight. We would make a motion to continue them formally on the record, so the clock is running, but has not run out from our perspective. And then the time to complete them will be driven by the code.
We were planning on doing.
Right, just so we're all on the same page.
Board concurs.
And your entry of appearance is noted, record.
I also want to note that the zoning administrator is still sworn in from the beginning. 2 hours, and 37 minutes.
No, let's
Start with it. Okay, so we are on 2533, Capitol Heights Phase 2. The solicitor will read into the record the documents that are in the city's file.
Okay. The following documents we have of record that were submitted by the applicant or the city. Board exhibit number 1 is the proof of publication. The time and place and the nature of this application was published in the Patriot News, newspaper general circulation on September 4th and September 11th, 2022. Board exhibit number 2 is a letter dated October 12, 2022, from the Deputy Planning Director, Jacob Bowen, to the applicant, notifying the applicant of the time and place of the hearing. Board exhibit number 3 is a hearing notice posted upon the properties on August 31, 2022. Board exhibit number 4 is the applicant's notification letter and certificate of mailings to required neighbors. Board exhibit number 5 is the application and attached narrative. Board exhibit number 6 are 9 photographs of exterior of properties on 9 pages. Board exhibit number 7 are site/floor plans of properties comprising of 23 pages. Board exhibit number 8 are the various deeds that is believe that the applicant is indicating that establishes standing. Board exhibit number 9 is the Planning Bureau revised case report. Board exhibit number 10 is the Planning Bureau project brief. Board exhibit number 11 is the City of Harrisburg Planning Commission resolution. And board exhibit number 12 are revised site plans / floor plans comprising of 23 pages. So I have boards exhibit 1 through 12.
Thank you, sir. Jacob?
So before I get started, if this is agreeable to the board, the applicant, as Mr. Grover mentioned, these applications contain a lot of sites, a lot of different buildings. So for how I will approach this, I will give you a brief overview of the entire project traditionally with our applications. And then I will just give a brief description of building site by just one at a time. If we want to have discussion after each description, that way I'm not reading through every condition, every description of each site, if that's agreeable. So I will just start with an overview and then state the conditions of approval for just building 2, starting with that, then have a pointed discussion for that building, because each site has different variances, uses to consider. So if that makes sense.
My understanding, there is only a couple buildings we're going to be talking about in this one, and some were continued.
So yes, they were recommended they be continued, some of the sites. So this will be building sites 2 through 4 that were recommended for approval by the boards. So I'll just give a brief overview and then begin with just building 2, if that's okay.
brief overview of 2, 3, and 4, and then we'll start
I'll
with
just
2.
do a brief overview of the whole project and then just describe building 2 with the conditions. And then once we have that discussion, then I'll move to building 3.
Okay.
Since there's conditions related to each site.
Okay.
So the overall request for the Capitol Heights Phase 2 project, the applicant is proposing to develop 80 dwelling units, 9,557 square feet of commercial space with site improvements and development across 9 different sites within the Capitol Heights neighborhood in the blocks generally bounded by Hamilton Street to the north, North Fifth Street to the east, Harris Street to the south, and Logan Street to the west. The project will consist of 4 affordable townhomes, 7 mixed-use and multifamily buildings comprised of 76 two-bedroom dwelling units and 95 off-street parking spaces within the residential medium-density zoning district. The proposal requires special exceptions for approval of multifamily dwelling uses per section 7-305.7 of the zoning code and relief from the off-street parking requirements. Variance approvals are required per section 7-307.3A of the zoning code from the residential unit density regulations exceeding the maximum impervious lot coverage, setback encroachments, and for buildings exceeding the prevailing width on the block. Additional variances are also requested to section 7-307.11C and 7-307.12C of the zoning code, which requires new development abutting residential uses and parking lots to install a plant screening of at least 3 feet in height at the lot line. So just beginning with building 2. If you look at the project brief, this will just help you guys get your heads wrapped around this. There is a map that kind of shows the development sites. So I'm just going to begin with a brief description of the site for building 2. So this project site is approximately 0.21 acres and is comprised of a public right-of-way known as Judd Alley and 8 vacant parcels addressed as 1624 through 1628 North 4th Street, 1626 and 1638 Rear 4th Street, 1631 Logan Street, 1625 Rear Logan Street, and 328 Clinton Street. So this project site is generally bounded by the properties at 1640 and 1630 North 4th Street to the north, North 4th Street to the east, Clinton Street to the south, and the properties at 326 Clinton Street and 1625 Logan Street to the west. So this site, the applicant is proposing to construct a mixed-use building with 6 two-bedroom dwelling units with 3,600 square feet of first floor commercial space and a 12-space parking lot on site, all on the same parcel. So at the meeting, the Planning Commission recommended that this request be approved for building 2 with the following conditions. Condition 1 being, if granted approval for the requested zoning relief, the applicant will subsequently file a preliminary lot consolidation and land development plan and a street vacation for the right-of-way through the site and receive approval from the Planning Commission and City Council. Condition 2, the applicant shall construct the proposed parking lot with pervious materials to mitigate the effects of stormwater runoff. The site cannot accommodate pervious materials. The applicant must provide sufficient documentation to Planning Bureau staff indicating proof that the project site cannot use pervious pavers. Condition 3, the applicant or future tenants shall file any necessary zoning relief for the proposed first floor commercial space for future uses that are not permitted by right in the RM district. Condition 4, the applicant will coordinate with Department of Public Works to confirm the appropriate size, location, and refuse collection on site, and to update the accounts billing to reflect the new use. And also just a general note, this will apply for the building sites 2, 3, and 4. So one of the building sites, it was building 5, had a 40-space parking lot where some of these sites are actually using some of the parking for that. So that will be just a point of discussion as well, where this does affect some of the parking relief. And that's all my comments for building site 2.
Okay. The applicants step forward. If you could please state your full names, your addresses, please.
Matthew Long, 126 Walnut Street, Harrisburg.
Matt Krupp, counsel to the applicant, 258 North Street, Harrisburg, PA.
Mr. Bryce, you might as well.
Hi, I'm Chris Bryce. I live at 2901 North Front Street.
All right, if you, all three of you could please raise your right hands. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about building 2.
Yep. Building 2 is one of 3 similar buildings that are, as everything else here, long vacant lots that have been undeveloped for over 50 years. This building in particular, similar to the other 2, is on a corner parcel that is kind of a narrow, it's narrow and width on the prevailing block, but has some depth to it that would make it, unfeasible for other type of buildings here. And one of the goals we've set out to do is include a mixture of residential and commercial frontage to try to provide more walkability for the neighborhood, bring back, things that were once there, bring more foot traffic to the area. And then we've also, with this lot, due to the lots that we have behind it, we're able to create parking to accommodate this building and the next building on the application.
Good, sounds good.
Thank you. No, we're good. Mike? I don't have any questions at this point. Jacob?
The comment, usually I go over the reasons, just trying to speed things up, but just a note, these lots are really, really oddly configured, to put it very frankly. As you hearing some of the addresses where it's like rear Logan Street, you have some of these lots that don't even have access. So these are just really, really unique parcels from our perspective that you cannot develop without getting some type of zoning relief.
Is the commercial gonna face 4th?
Yes. There will be windows along Clinton also.
Okay.
But the entrance will be on the corner of 4th and Clinton. Close, the note, any loading and unloading though would be off the Judd Alley.
And that's where the parking will be.
Correct.
And just one note, mentioning about the parking. So this, as this building site originally discussed in our case reports, there is not a request for relief from off-street parking. The applicant does have some spaces being used at that building 5 lot where it was recommended to be continued. So theoretically, if say that building 5 lot wasn't constructed or not considered as part of this application, the applicant would need relief for 1 off-street parking spot for the guest parking.
That's if 5.
If 5 wasn't approved. So that could potentially be, if this were to be approved today or be separated out, that could be a potential condition. If, building 5 may very likely be approved, but if it's not, then the applicant would have to either get relief or satisfy the zoning code in a different manner. Yeah.
I'm trying to find the, sorry, I'll wait.
And that was something that came up kind of towards the end of our meeting that went till 10:30 with planning commission, kind of towards the end after all the votes. So I do apologize, not really communicating kind of after the fact with the applicant.
Where are the conditions on 2?
I would note that some of the conditions in the staff report versus the planning commission, there is some that were not adopted in the resolution. This happened at a couple of the different sites with the project.
many pages. Does the applicant have any comments on the conditions on building two?
You're asking.
Trying to find the conditions.
They're on page 30 on the original.
Thanks, Neil.
I would look at it two ways here. Would it be acceptable to make it a condition of approval of building 5? Or I know this might be a little bit more challenging because of the technical drawing that would go with it. That for building 4, the 6 spaces behind Road Alley, which would be directly adjacent, be included with that building. And then the parking requirement would be met for these 3 buildings. Take the other side of Rhodes Alley, take that out of the application for building 5 and include that with building 4.
Say that again for me. I'm sorry.
No, I
So-
follow,
yep.
but yeah, say that again.
So if you're looking at the map, the parking spaces that would be overflow from these 3 buildings that will be presented right now would be map up here.
Building 5, right?
Would be these parking spaces along Road Alley. So building 4 is right here. You can see that. It has 6 parking spaces being presented now behind it. But directly behind it are those 6 additional spaces for these 3 buildings. If we amend our proposal now, or would have to be done later, to include the 6 parking spaces along Road Alley to be included with building 4 to meet the requirements for buildings 2, 3, and 4 as proposed. Separate the parking from building 5 and put it with building 4 for the sake of a vote.
I think the problem we have, I'm conceptually don't have a
Go ahead.
problem with it, is where we're left with the planning commission and the zoning board right now. What is publicly advertised that people are coming theoretically to hear? And what is the role of planning and what is the role of zoning? As I read the zoning code, it says that the zoning board may seek advisory opinions preliminary before it hears cases from the planning commission. The planning commission, because the request came from the planning bureau, continued them because there wasn't sufficient report on 5, 6, 7, 8, and some other things. So we're working without the benefit of a planning commission or planning bureau report. They were working without one. You still are as well, as far as I can tell. So I can't in my mind figure out what we're taking out of 5. Because I don't have a report to tell me what was in 5. in the first place. I mean, we have some general overview, but for what was for the continuance request, there were some additional issues that were unable to be addressed in the timeframe. Which really goes to how we're going to handle the overall proceedings on both applications for the whole thing when we have with these continuances. And and frankly, the Bureau will be frankly stressed as it gets right now with down to Jeffrey and one new person up there. And I cannot make a commitment for Mr. Knight on what his timetable is going to be. That's just a handcuff we all have at the moment. So while conceptually I have no issue with the proposal and reconfiguring it, it's how do you do it? Or do you do a preliminary approval to come back when you hear the other part as well? Do you go through things tonight and say, that's fine if this is the condition, but you got to come back and sew it up with 5. So when we get through the rest of this particular application, and I'm just thinking out loud, I don't have any brilliant answer here. I'm just, the procedural concerns are what they are.
Jacob, could you clarify that would require 1 additional parking space?
Correct, because originally, as this application, looking at this holistically with all these different sites, this particular site, building 2, was in compliance with the parking standards because it had parking at building 5. So removing building 5, they're short 1 spot for the guest parking. So you do have a space for each unit. You're taking away, because you had some space dedicated for the future commercial use, but as submitted, they're short 1 spot for that required guest spot, with that parking lot 5 not being considered.
I understand the city's concerns, but I mean,
and I'm not saying as a concern, I'm just stating it just to be aware of.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. I understand the city solicitor's concerns. But I kind of view 1 parking space as like a de minimis change, to what had been advertised. I think that the public has received notice of this, and I don't know if there's a way that the zoning hearing board has any ability to, amend the application like sua sponte, like of its own accord, to include that as, a relief requested. The public did have an opportunity to attend the planning commission hearing, and
We're not, so this was submitted as 1 application. We're not changing anything for the application. We're just, we've always advertised and proposed that parking will be at that location. So we're just proposing that parking still be created regardless of building 5. That's as advertised as done. And it would be, regardless, it would be a separate parcel no matter what. For a land development task, we would have to separate that out separately now moving forward. If it was voted on, that parking was always proposed. We want to separate it from building 5. It was always proposed for use for other buildings. No, I'm saying that the parking was that on building 5 parcel was always proposed. We would just separate it out as a separate parcel. Yes. Correct. It would not be, we would only be asking for the parking for building 5. The space is required for buildings 2, 3, and 4 would still be created regardless as proposed. Correct.
Parking lot in the middle. Everybody wants to fit it, don't be requirements. They can.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, could it be voted on tonight to include as a condition of approval that the applicant submit a request for zoning relief to the planning commission?
I don't know.
For that 1 parking space?
I don't know how we can vote on any of this tonight because it's 1 application and we're missing 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we can hear this into the record. And you can agree to a continuance to a special meeting when the planning commission is done, and we can hear 5, 6, 7, and 8 if they pass. Well, we can hear 5, 6, 7, and 8 when
So
they're done and
this-
ready.
Just to clarify, this is not being voted on like the planning bureau with a building by building section. This is being voted on as
Well, I think the issue is, there. Buildings 2, 3, and 4, according to the application, are drawing parking from building 5. Right? According to the application,
from a parking lot located at adjacent
yeah,
to
to,
building 5, not necessarily on the same parcel as building.
okay. So. So building 5 and the creation of those lots are integral to 2, 3, and 4, unless I'm missing something. And if, so like say building 2, it needs that one additional spot, which is at building 5. I mean, what happens if, because you have a number of buildings that are relying on 5 for the 20 spaces that are at number 5. What if that?
That's my point, is that the spaces at the lot for building 5 could be constructed without building 5. They would still be directly adjacent to building 4. Just because they're within the same block doesn't mean they're for building 5. They could be constructed without building 5.
By permit? Is it,
What's that?
by Jacob, by permit? If building 5 got denied, could they still build a parking lot?
So some of these sites, of building 2, building 4, they have some parking on site.
Right,
It's just,
right.
I
But
mean,
if
the
they
building
were-
5, I mean, the building 5 parking.
So if they were to actually just, because building 5 actually has a building on it and a larger parking lot, so
Right.
that would actually change the relief. Then if you remove the building, then you'd be requesting a variance for a parking lot.
Right.
So that would change that as well. Kind of like a puzzle.
But we've
Yeah.
seen the parking lot.
We would be at that point requesting an auxiliary parking lot directly adjacent to building 4. Yeah, the tie-in would be building 4 then, not building 5.
Can I ask a practical question of if the commission's not gonna vote the board on 5, 6, 7, 8 until they come back from the planning commission? Is it a distinction without a difference at that point? If they're voting them all the same night?
I don't,
That's, I'm just asking the
No,
applicant.
asking our solicitor, I don't see how we can vote them out because of us being a judicial body and this being one application. Because it is only one application. We either have to up or down the application.
Well.
I can see how we
I-
can hear these into the record and continue it.
I think the sort of the key factor is that they're interrelated,
That too, well, yeah,
right? More than else. I think to see the whole puzzle and see where.
And I understand the board's concern on that. I will note that our view is that because there are so many variances and special exceptions, just like any case that had fewer, you can vote on grant some and deny others, put conditions on some, deny others. That's why I think voting along the way is possible, but I understand your concern about doing it without the information that's related to the very thing you're voting on. That is the issue. I think there will be some of these where by themselves, they sort of stand alone almost. And some of them, they're simply so interrelated, there's other information that goes with it.
okay.
I don't know. Go ahead,
To
Mr.
Neil's point, you know, if you're gonna be voting on 5, 6, 7, and 8 at a later date, and we wanted to vote on these at the same time, just, I mean, I'm not saying they all have to be at the same vote, right? Like maybe you guys could figure that out and determine whether or not you can vote on them independently, but on the same evening, right? For efficiency's sake. And if you wanted to treat tonight more like an informational session, because there is so much that we have to go over, the applicant wouldn't object to that either, because it's important to get your feedback to kind of help button up where some of these loose ends may be.
And to clarify on Matt's point there is we never expected a vote on any buildings tonight due to the complexity of this case. But we were looking to see procedurally how the vote would go, just because we just proposed one option there. If, say, buildings 5, 6, 7, and 8 would not be approved, would they be able to be conditioned out of a vote on the next hearing? And then would we be able to subjectively, like, could we, before the next meeting and prior to going back to planning on those other buildings, submit a alternative that shows, like the situation we're discussing right now, where currently it's being proposed was the building 5 parcel, but here is an alternate design that is building 4 with these additional spaces here in the event that 5, 6, 7, and 8 were conditioned out. That makes sense.
So if there would be an alternate plan, would it be able to go in front of the planning commission before the next meeting?
No. For all practical purposes, if this is truly an alternate plan, I mean, it's the alternate condition, additional, but a true alternate plan, it can only get on the agenda. I forget how far ahead of time that happens, but I think we'll just miss the window altogether.
Alternate, I mean, if it's an alternate plan, I mean, it had to be reviewed differently as well. I mean, there might be requests or.
I would suggest the way to view this overall is like any other trial in a sense, because it's quasi judicial. Some trials go on for 6 weeks. You know, evidence is taken every day. The board is required to know everything they're about to vote upon. And so to me, it's not just informational. You're actually having to meet your burden on what you have in front of the board right now. You'd have the opportunity to put additional evidence if the questions lead to a question about the burden on satisfying for a variance or special exception. But I would say what you're putting on is information about why the application meets those for each of these things you discuss. And could come back and supplement that with additional evidence before the hearing closes. I think that might satisfy the applicant's informational concerns and then still let the board make a complete decision based on the totality of what the record is when you're done. Once you start, frankly, I just can't get my head around the changing a zoning application as we go, because that's where it gets a little tricky.
It wouldn't be changing the application. It would just be clarifying that the parking for building, the additional parking is there, but it's not solely dedicated to building 5.
And I'll just suggest, because this is the first night of what I think is going to be several nights of these things, is that the bigger question in the way these are stacked together is to be allowed to do building 1. Are you required to do, if you get them approved, building 5 and 6? That is it building by building? Or is it, do you have to be committed to the whole plan as the whole plan? And I don't have an answer to that, but depending how you condition a vote, if you say everything the board ultimately approves has to be done, starting to take things out of it will get tricky. I mean, as we go along, and will you get the permits you need to continue if you suddenly can't, for whatever reason, do building 6 or building 7 because of changes in conditions. This is just a very complicated application that seems to be interrelated all over the place. And it's like building an apartment complex on a farm that has stores, and if you don't get the approval for the sewer line, the whole thing doesn't work. You gotta deal with the whole package to make this thing work, even if there's some independent freestanding pieces.
So do we proceed with the other buildings?
I mean, as the applicant requested, I mean, we can.
Let me ask, if we proceed with the other buildings, it starts the record.
Right.
The
We're not
record-
gonna have to go back and
That's right. The
listen to
record
2,
just,
3, and 4 again,
No. we don't
Okay.
have to start again.
I think they'd have. to
unless
vote-
we have questions on it, of course.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. To kind of satisfy the clock a little bit for the applicant too. I mean, we can at least ask questions, address, some of these complexities now, even if there's not a vote.
And we have information on the buildings that have been approved by the planning. So,
Yes, and there's a report on all the buildings for this site. The big issue why there's a recommendation of continuance is for sites 5 through 8. That's where we were trying to give the applicant an opportunity to provide further justification where the planning commission, planning bureau didn't quite see that there, where we did see that for 2 through 4. So it's not necessarily, oh, we don't think they should be built. But I think it would make sense to kind of. It was just recommended for a continuance, but
Well, and the commission voted to continue them. So you do not have a recommendation from the, you don't have a denial, you have approval,
Right.
and you don't have what I think the Bureau will say is a complete record, from which the Bureau could make a recommendation to the commission.
when will they be heard by the planning?
They should be heard at the next meeting. That's which is when,
November 2nd, I believe.
so.
Well, is there anything else on building 2? at this point?
No further comments. Building 2.
Do you have anything else for building 2?
No, we agree with the planning commission's recommendation, and we would love to just figure out that issue with that one parking space, and I think that building would be a great addition to the neighborhood.
Building 3, Mr. Bowen.
Okay, so at building 3. 1 second here. So this property site at 1648 North 4th Street is a 0.05 acre vacant lot. The property is bounded by North Hamilton Street to the north, North 4th Street to the east. The property at 1646 North 4th Street to the south, and the property at 335 Hamilton Street to the west. So at this site, the applicant is proposing to construct a mixed-use building with 4 2-bedroom dwelling units and 2,052 square feet of first-floor commercial space. So the the Harrisburg Planning Commission, they had recommended that this site be approved with the following conditions. And these conditions, not to repeat myself, it is actually all the same conditions as previously stated for building site 2. So that's for the requirement of land development, needing zoning relief for the commercial use, and the applicant coordinate with Public Works for updating the use. And also the reasons for this site as well, this parcel was actually very uniquely configured in the sense of the depth and the length in relation to providing by right development. So again, a pretty tricky lot to develop by right as well. And for this site, the applicant did propose having some of the parking applied to building 5, and I believe it was for building 2 for that. There's actually a parking lot proposed there as well. So there is not any parking on site for building 3. It's using different sites within the project for the parking. And as submitted with using this, they were requesting relief for 2 off-street parking spots, even within the whole application.
Tell us about building 3.
Yep, in the essence of time, I'll try to keep it short. Building 3, very similar to building 2, as we just discussed. One thing I will note, the relief for parking is derived from the commercial aspect of this. Just so that's noted now, it's not really from the residential the tenants will not be out of parking spaces. And the main thing for that is that we feel, so this one in particular would be, we've marketed as potentially a daycare center, but we're looking for what community need tenants. We're not looking for, fast food retail or anything that way. We've talked with UPS stores, daycares. We don't feel that there'll be a need for the additional parking that is required under the current zoning code right now. And then additionally, this building, again, same as the last one, odd lot, sits on a corner. You have a 16-foot right of way in front of it. You have a small space undeveloped for a long time. We feel this is the best use for it.
And the relief that's requested for construction setbacks areas, that's to the lot line, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, just to mention.
Which would match the prevailing.
And that the applicant did follow our recommendation to kind of build these to the prevailing setback in the front as well. So that was appreciated.
Just one thing, I know it's hard to picture on paper here when you look at it, but just so everyone knows, because we run into this a lot through some of these applications, is Hamilton Street is a 35-foot road. It's a 60-foot right of way. So there is a large, you're looking at the building is actually sitting back. It says 0 on paper, but it's sitting back between 10, 15, 16 feet from the road. So it's kind of hard to visualize sometimes, and just noting that I thought would be helpful.
Looking at the one of the pictures provided for building 3, is that roughly where the
Yes.
fence
Yes.
is?
Yep.
Okay.
Considerable area in front of them. I just want to stress that they're for line of sights and everything around corners. They do sit back in several locations pretty far.
That's 3 stories. That one 3 stories.
Correct.
And again, we agree with the massing and the heights of these buildings. It's appropriate to the surrounding community as well.
Yep. Again, this would be one development plan. These would be, the parking lot would have to be constructed with it.
No objection to
No, to the planning bureau nor the planning commission's
recommendations. That's where it was.
No, I would just note that the other side of all of this is a land development plan where you'll have to figure those details out. If, if you're not going to build something, it's got to make up for it according to these. If you approve these recommendations that the same board did, they'll be coming back to boards again with a land development plan that works. So.
All right, let's talk building 4.
Okay, so this project site, this includes the properties at 1635 and 1633 North 4th Street. This is a 0.11 acre site, features 2 vacant parcels. So this project site is bounded by Hamilton Street to the north, the property at 411 Hamilton Street, and a private easement to the east. Property at 1631 North 4th Street to the south, and North 4th Street to the west. So at this site, the applicant is proposing to construct a mixed-use building with 6 2-bedroom dwelling units, 3,905 square feet of first floor commercial space, and 6 on-site parking spaces. So at this, the planning commission had recommended approval of this site as well with the following conditions. Condition 1, that's final land development. Condition 2, also for the commercial use, potential variance in the future. And then condition 3, that also involves the public works requiring the updated accounts. So same conditions as previously stated on the other site. So this site, the applicant is actually looking to do parking in the rear of the building, where they're actually going to access a private easement, which is consistent with the properties in the surrounding community that were more recently developed. So it's always appreciated. We want to see parking in the rear, where they're going into an easement that's kind of designed for this. So pretty consistent with the area as well.
Tell us about building 4.
Building 4, similar to 2 and 3, another mixed use with apartments above, first floor commercial. The only difference really being that this one has the parking directly behind it to match, as Jacob said, the parking situation for the existing homes there along Rhodes Alley.
And for this site, they're looking to use, let's say one space, I believe, at building 5.
This is adjacent to some townhouses.
Correct.
Why not townhouses?
The cost is a huge driving factor, the lot shape and size. You could fit, I believe, 2 townhouses in this location here. Would not be economical to build just those 2 by themselves, unless you were being subsidized or, I mean, to get to a point on this is the prior development of townhouses has gone bankrupt twice, and one other developer pulled out because it was not financially viable. These are market rate. When you take a step back from an aerial perspective, these 3 buildings, we try to match every single unit we're doing with an affordable price point. So with these 3 buildings, you have the 4 affordable townhomes to get 20% affordability, but these would be market rate. No, they will not be subsidized. The 4 townhouses would be. I mean, it's fluid. That's the easiest way to put it. It's very fluid right now. I mean, we see where the economy is heading. Some people will say, it's going to, market rate could be substantially lower, could be higher. It's market rate. It's just dependent on the current market. Exactly. Well, and that says we're proposing components of this that are apartments that are strictly affordable in building 8. When we looked at this from, as I said, an aerial perspective, it's okay. If we're proposing these 3 buildings with the 16 units, we got to have 4 affordable. So that's why we created the townhomes along with this. And then when you get into 5, 6, 7, and 8, that kind of switched it a little bit. One of our requests from the administration was to have townhomes. That's why the townhomes were bought in rather than, having the fair market rent rates and apartments tied in with these 3. But when you move on to 5, 6, 7, and 8, had the ability to create apartments. So we have the mixture of affordability. You don't just have 2-bedroom affordable apartments. Those are in building 8, but you also have the 3-bedroom townhomes with a yard. So try to mix it up, have more than one use. We're building a separate building. Yep, correct.
Jacob, I have a quick question. You were going through the parking for this building. We went through the application. I just want to make sure if we're doing something different. The application, we were reading that there's 6 on-site parking spaces provided at this building, right, for the residential portion of the building. And that building 5 would supply 2 residential and 2 commercial.
Yeah.
I thought you said that there was only 1.
So there's 6 spaces on site. Since the applicant's not requesting any kind of relief for the commercial use, they're short of the guest parking for that 1 residential. So you're saying in the report, they have it provided at site 5? Apologies.
Planning Commission, okay.
So you're asking that the,
So I just want to make sure that we have the parking right. When we do the summary. So there's 6 on site for the residential,
correct.
and then 2 more at lot at building 5.
I have to look at because whatever I have there is whatever the applicant had quoted, so just bear with me, let me just.
Okay.
Or. Okay, yeah, I see the clarification there. Yeah, so 2 residential and 2 commercial spaces be provided at the northern end of building parking lot 5. So that's that. Yeah. So that would be what the applicant stated. That would be what the request would be. If it's, I guess there's not a request if building 5 is built.
Roby, you have any questions?
I do not.
Where are the closest bus stops to these 3 buildings?
I believe there's one, right at the corner of North Hampton. And should the little one down, but it's from that. So, and so there's 3 along Fourth Street. I think there's one, I don't know if it's at Hammond Health or if it's at the fire. So within 5 feet, one way, 5 feet, the other one directly in front of, could be in front of this building.
And bus stops are negotiable with the transit authority depending on the change of needs. So they will add or move depending on how the population moves, both commercially and residentially, so.
And I can confirm there is a bus stop on 3rd Street. That's basically right by these project sites. And then there was another bus line with a stop along 6th Street, basically
Yes.
parallel to the site.
Third 2. It's one of my.
Okay, there's another. But that's essentially all our comments for building site 4.
So then I guess next was the Logan.
Yes, so for these sites, the Logan Street townhomes, this is the properties at 1629 through 1631 and a portion of 1640 Logan Street. This site's approximately 0.06 acres, featuring 3 vacant parcels. This project site is bounded by a private grocer's alley to the north, the property at 1625 rear Logan Street to the east, the property at 1627 Logan Street to the south, and Logan Street to the west. And then the Clinton Street townhomes, the project site is comprised of 0.06 acre portion of a vacant lot at 328 Clinton Street, subdivided. So this project site is bounded by the properties at 1625 Logan Street and 1625 rear Logan Street to the north, Judd Alley to the east, Clinton Street to the south, and 326 Clinton Street to the west. So in total, these 2 sites comprise 4 proposed townhomes, 2 at each of these sites. So these lots are non-conforming lots as well, also quite difficult to develop. They'll actually be providing parking for, I think they'll be dedicating 4 spots at the adjacent building 2 parking lot. So they will satisfy that requirement. So at the planning commission meeting, they recommended that the request be approved. They actually voted on these as the 2 sites together as 4 townhomes. And this is also condition 1 for the approval was for the land development. Condition 2, the applicant shall build the proposed structures up to a 0-foot setback running Marion Street to enable a more functioning rear yard and to match existing front setbacks of the surrounding single-family dwelling homes. I believe the applicant satisfied that with a revised site plan that was submitted recently. And then condition 3, that also involves the working with Department of Public Works to update the new use.
So these are the aforementioned 4 affordable townhomes. To get in, again, this is to have the kind of a blended pot of what we're going to propose, that it's not just 2-bedroom apartments as proposed in Building 8. This is townhomes, which you'll see in Marketplace also. And the concept for these are, just because we have to look at it from a financial perspective, is that 5, 6, 7, and 8 become extremely important in this mixture to be able to fund these here, because we can apply for every subsidy there is, doesn't mean we're going to get it. So that's where 5, 6, 7, and 8 really come into play. And it's the same thing in Marketplace, where the larger buildings come into play, is we have to create our own subsidy in case we do not get subsidy to be able to build these. And that's very critical. That's a big point of 5, 6, 7, and 8, along with many other things that will be addressed with 5, 6, 7, 8. But the idea here is then too, if these are not immediately subsidized, we would hold them as affordable rentals, typically about 5 years, and then we'd work with a program like Tri-County Housing to sell them as affordable homes through their criteria, because that's not clearly defined by PHFA when you go to sell it, what's affordable and what's not affordable. It's kind of open for interpretation. So these would be held as affordable rentals for a minimum period probably of 5 years, and then sold as affordable if they are sold, just to clarify. They play an integral part in it, correct? As everything here is completely fluid and dependent on itself.
And just to summarize kind of the general concerns and discussions for these buildings 5 through 8, this involved, you have, these lots are unique in the sense for these sites 5 through 8, in that you can build townhomes here by right. You have the rear access for parking. So what the continuance recommendation was from staff and also from the planning commission, where we discussed with the applicant to prepare more documentation to kind of discuss how these interrelate from the financial aspect, and, finding that justification of, the grant, quite extensive variances at these 5 through 8 sites. So that was kind of the idea behind that, to kind of give that opportunity before coming before you guys for a vote, because we felt that what was submitted was not sufficient to get approval on those sites. So we just kind of wanted the applicant to be able to have an opportunity to present a stronger case, essentially, to get these sites developed.
On that note, I know we are not addressing those buildings directly, but this is a discussion forum, correct, is what we're taking this as now. One of the things I'm gonna have Matt enter in here tonight is on 5, 6, 7, and 8, one of the planning bureaus, I don't know what to call it, an argument, but one of their points is that because these are currently laid out as townhomes, they could be developed within conformance. There's many, many moving parts that, as I mentioned before, we've had 3 failed developers there. These don't work. They're not financially viable. And then, as we mentioned before, those larger portions have to help seed the smaller portions and the parts that we have to rely on subsidy. But when you get into a land development perspective of these lots, and that's what one of the things we obtained here, and of course there are surveys and everything that had to be done by an engineer beforehand, was that land development plan is moot. Unless it was, to our knowledge, it has not been renewed. It's probably not a usable land development plan. And then those utilities that there are actually a burden for us, because a failed development is laid out right now. It's been proven that is a failed development, bankruptcy by 2 companies and a pullout of another company. So those houses aren't viable. land development process has changed significantly since 2001 when these originally submitted. Stormwater management wasn't even included. None of these lines, would probably meet today's standards. So it's actually an increased cost for us to have to redo these lines throughout 5, 6, 7, and 8. It's not so much as we can go in there and just use it. No, we have to pull it out. So it's not as cheap even as just going in there and putting in a new line. It's the cost of removing everything that's there.
Yeah, and so I think what Matt is getting at is Planning Commission, has indicated that there's developers had previously started to construct some infrastructure and utilities on the site, and we consider that to be a very unique physical characteristic. These were installed that you don't see with other developments. This isn't a problem that we have for any of the other projects that we've been involved in. They are at least 17 years old. Some of these lines have been exposed to the environment, to the elements. Some of them are visibly broken. Some of them are completely unidentifiable. And if you want, if we're just having a discussion, I can kind of lay it out a little bit for you. If you prefer that I ask Matt some of these questions because he's a construction professional, we can do it that way as well. But we also sought out the opinion with one of the professionals that we're working with for this project, who's an engineer, and he gave us his opinion on, at the request of the planning bureau, to kind of shore up some of these loose ends. We sought out their opinion on whether or not the existing infrastructure could be reused for this project, and they said absolutely not. And we also inquired, as to whether or not, like Matt had indicated, if the infrastructure lines would be consistent with current development standards, and they said that they would not.
And to note, if you look at what we are proposing, these lots are huge for a townhome. If you look at, so this was originally 5, 6, 7, 8 were originally proposed as Bartown in 1993 and 1994. That's when a lot of the street vacations and everything started, and the original zoning approvals and everything was started, and the first few townhomes that were built started. Then it adapted to Strouber Roush's land development plan. They built these are almost 100-foot long parcels. What we're proposing everywhere is typically about 60 feet, which is matching. Of course, we're wider now. Our townhomes are wider than the ones that were previously built in the early 1900s and the late 1800s. That's modern usage. That's reality. That's egress. It's, everything that goes along with building code now pushes these wider. But having a 100-foot lot in the city for a townhouse is a little absurd. The reality is most townhomes, and the ones we're proposing, are 50 and 60 feet depth. They're not these 100-foot long, 22, 24, 25, and 33-foot wide parcels.
And so I think under Harrisburg versus which you're all probably familiar with, versus the Zoning Board of Adjustment, City of Pittsburgh, like Matt had said earlier, that there is an economic component to the relief that we're seeking, which is true, but that is a factor that can be considered by the board for, lesser requests, something lower than a use variance. Especially, and one of the public policy factors that the Supreme Court had highlighted is, they want to facilitate the rehabilitation of neighborhoods, and not necessarily preclude an applicant who wants to renovate a blighted area, right? And so some of the criteria that they look at is how this is going to impact the whether it's going to be like detrimental to the neighborhood. And so I wanted to ask Matt to describe to you kind of what this neighborhood currently looks like.
Vacant. There's nothing there.
So there's not much of a neighborhood existing there. And as you see tonight, in the past, there has been one person who has been vocally opposed to most of this project or some of this project. But they're not here tonight. And neither is anybody else. And I think that's very telling. I think some of the people that live in this neighborhood would love to see it get developed. But this neighborhood is almost non-existent. You have a significant number of lots that are vacant land that have been vacant for more than 50 years in the city of Harrisburg. And so I think, you know, we can share with you, we can introduce the correspondence from our engineer that supports our position with respect to the, you know, physical utility lines and infrastructure that can no longer be used, that we didn't cause that problem. I consider those to be unique physical circumstances that present an undue hardship for developing these strictly as townhomes. The lot sizes are, like, as Matt said, like not consistent with what is being developed currently. And the land development plan also, it's not been renewed. It's expired. I don't know what it reverts to after that, but I think like that argument by the planning commission may be, as Matt said, just null and void. I like the fact that there's already a land development plan, a previous land development plan that had been created 17 years ago. I don't think it's applicable anymore.
To be fair, I don't think that's the argument. I think that the argument is that the fifth condition of a variance is it has to be the least relief necessary. That, I mean, and that's a problem for the city and for you trying to get this done. I mean, so I think that is the question I think you can address well throughout the process. But I think that is where that goes, is that it's the least relief necessary. And I think you're trying to overcome that with the arguments you're making. I think you have to, and this is, I think, based on the case law, to protect what you're doing here is you got to do more than make argument. You've got to actually put actual information on that's information into the record. And the city's willing to stipulate information that simply reports about information in the record that satisfies the very things you're saying, without having to drag it through, you know, an authentication type of process. But to protect the application, there's at least one case that says a neighboring interested party who did not participate in this proceeding, and you have a very big neighborhood, can file a timely appeal. And if the elements aren't met, they can uphold the appeal. I mean, so we're concerned about, you know, that the record get made in a way that satisfies it. And you're talking about a lot of other people's records. I think they're perfectly legitimate things to offer into evidence to satisfy what the burden of the applicant is. And I think we would stipulate to them as you're doing it through the course of this hearing.
Yep. And again, this is discussion. This is all going to go right back to plan for these buildings. It was continued. We're going to go back there. This was just in the essence of time for our next meetings is to get it out now. What, you know, this is what we are going back with. And this is the same thing we would have to then say to you at the next meeting. We're just throwing it out now.
Let's go back to the townhouse. Define affordable. Affordable.
Affordable?
Yeah. How are you going to make it affordable
The rents,
on the townhouse?
we would follow the HUD guidelines for fair market rent. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's going to enforce that?
It can be a condition of them. It can be a condition that these are held as affordable homes for a period of 5 years. I've seen that done 20 times in the past. I believe that was 6th Street was Jackson.
Isn't the city, or I guess this wouldn't fall under the cities, or does it fall under the
It
cities?
may, depending where we land. It's a term of art, the fair market rent, which is up for as an amendment to the affordable housing bill that
Okay.
was passed last year. That is subject to change based on inflation, which HUD just did recently. The guaranteeing affordability, there's going to be, if they go under the code, we'll have a certificate with it that does it. When we do it traditionally with HUD money, which is traditional way, sometimes with PHFA money, we do a non-recourse loan and mortgage that steps down over the course of it with a guarantee over a course of time that it stays affordable. PHFA, I think it's up to 40 years for purchasing. The HUD's up to 30 years when it's standing by itself for the home money. This right now, as far as I know, doesn't have public money in it, but if PHFA puts money into it, they may put
Then they would put
those
their own
I was
conditions
just gonna
on it.
ask,
yes.
have you identified any subsidy that you might go after?
Yes, the Penn Homes.
Penn Homes? Now, I believe you would have to rent, if it's Penn Homes, you have to rent to 30% AMI. Okay. Neil, correct me if I'm wrong, the city hands out home funds.
What's that?
I believe Harrisburg is a participating jurisdiction that controls home funds.
We receive home funds, and we actually have home funds that have already been approved in prior years for new construction. And that may or may not be part of what's coming with a component of the American Rescue Plan dollars as well.
Right.
Those things are still yet to be decided and voted upon.
Oh, yeah, trust me, we know.
Yeah. All right, so, okay, I'm just trying to see that, so you're talking affordable then?
Yes.
That's really,
correct.
okay.
But as you know, you started out was how do you enforce?
Right, so if you
we're
don't receive the home funds and you're using your other buildings, then
fair
you're gonna
market,
mark the
right.
fair market.
correct, yep.
Okay. Then, okay, so. Is there a condition on that if a subsidy's not? I just want to make sure they stay affordable, that's all.
Yes,
That's
no, that's the
from
thing,
up here.
and that's the thing, we would be acceptable to any condition saying that these will, these townhomes in particular will be affordable as defined by fair market rent.
Okay. That's all I got on those.
Yeah, I mean, so are we gonna continue this to the next, zoning hearing board meeting? So it's after planning commission meeting or?
I would think so, but we'd have to know what happens at planning when it happens. But I would look this as you're adjourned on this case for the day. It's not the case isn't fully before the board yet, because part of the application isn't here. You've taken part of the testimony just like you would for a multi-night hearing. So you adjourn for the night on this case, call the next case. I don't know if we're gonna take any evidence on the next case. But, we would move if they're not to make a motion to continue that one because there's nothing on the record but the call of the case. Does it make sense? Or it might be being too complicated at 10 o'clock at night.
So this one, Mr. Pepper, are you okay with the continuing this to the December or to the November hearing?
Yes, counsel.
Thank you. And then. What's that? Yeah. No, because I think they want to go.
And I would note right now, we do have what cases we'll have for November. So we do have 3 cases that'll be on that agenda. So it's not too heavy, but some of the cases are a little more longer. Yeah, so we can. Never know.
It's within your prerogative to have a special hearing night. We would have to check on budgetary issues. I will note that the Mr. Pykosh is working for free as of right now. So then they spent all the money. So that's in front of that gets introduced tomorrow night in front of that. Right. Well, you got to have the advertisement. The Penn Live doesn't work for free when we put the advertisement out. But we would find the money somewhere to do the advertisement. If the board's preference is to have a special session, I would just ask, I cannot speak for Mr. Knight, what his schedule is.
And I did talk to Mr. Knight before this meeting. Obviously at my departure from the planning bureau tomorrow, we have a new onboarding employee. So I know his schedule is pretty brutal as it was before, so.
And his anxiety level might be matching that right now, so. yes.
Well, why don't we keep it for the November meeting, and then if there's a way that everybody's schedule could make a special meeting, then we'll schedule that, but for right now, we'll move this to the November meeting.
And the city would be amenable, but after the night before the November meeting, which I don't think there's much time for, if there's a written motion from the applicant for a special hearing night that's available to the commission and to the city, we'd be amenable to that as long as people were available and this room was available. They did that by email to the solicitor. I think, we would respond to that if that works. But I think we do keep the November hearing on the calendar, but potentially be open to another night if that makes sense.
That makes sense to the applicant?
Yes.
Okay. So we want to open up the next.
Well, let's
Oh, yeah.
let's make a motion to continue this meeting to the November. That was a motion. Seconded, all in favor? Aye. Has been. All right, then we're now going to call, is it 2534, variance and special exception application for Marketplace Midtown. Have it open. This one's only 187 pages.
Mr. Chairman, are you ready?
Yes.
I've marked for this application, board exhibit number 1, proof of publication. Time and place and the particular nature of this application was published in the Patriot News, a newspaper of general circulation in the city of Harrisburg on October 2nd and October 9th, 2022. Board exhibit number 2 is a letter dated October 12, 2022 from the Deputy Planning Director Jacob Bowen to the applicant, notifying the applicant of the time and place of the hearing. Board exhibit number 3 is the hearing notice posted on the properties in question on September 22nd, 2022. Board exhibit number 4 is the applicant's notification letter and certificate of mailing to the required neighbors. Board exhibit number 5 is the application and attached narrative. Board exhibit number 6 are the site plans / floor plans of the properties in question, and that is 27 pages. Board exhibit number 7 are the various deeds to establish applicant standing to seek this zoning relief. Board exhibit number 8 is the Planning Commission case report. Board exhibit number 9 is the Planning Bureau project brief. Board exhibit number 10 is the City of Harrisburg Planning Commission resolution. Board exhibit number 11 is the revised site plan / floor plans, 23 pages. Board exhibit number 12 is an email from a neighboring individual, Joshua Kessler, regarding properties that he owns in the area, and I guess favorable to the application. So there are boards exhibits 1 through 12.
Thank you. Just a reminder that Mr. Bowen is still sworn in from 6:10 PM.
Is Mr. Long as well?
Mr. Long is as well, as is Mr. Krupp and Mr. Price.
So this overall project site of Midtown Marketplace Midtown. This involves 51 parcels on 11 proposed different sites in the blocks generally bounded by Riley Street to the north, Fulton Street to the east, Dayford Street to the south, and James Street to the west. Every project site is zoned residential medium density. This case is filed by Chris Bryce, David Long with Midtown Redevelopment LLC to request various zoning relief from the use and development regulations required for the construction of 18 townhomes, 44 multifamily dwelling units, a food hall use, and 2,875 square feet of commercial space, and 84 off-street parking spaces. The zoning relief request will eventually be preceded by a lot consolidation land development plan application and need to be reviewed by the Harrisburg Planning Commission and City Council. So similar how I went through this before, I'm just going to start with building 1. So at this site, at the properties at 1323 through 1333 Marion Street, this is a 0.21 acre site comprised of 6 vacant parcels. This project site is generally bounded by Calder Street to the north, the properties at 1322 to 1334 Fulton Street to the east, properties at 1321 Marion Street to the south, and Marion Street to the west. So at this site, the applicant is proposing to construct 12-unit multifamily dwelling units with 2 bedrooms, and they're also proposing to provide off-street parking in the front of the building, which originally submitted was within a public right-of-way in the front. So this building, there was a little bit of back and forth discussion between the Planning Bureau and the applicant, also between some of the planning commissioners. So overall, they did recommend this site be approved with a 3-1-1 vote, with 1 commissioner abstaining with the following conditions. Condition 1, this involves following the land development plan. Condition 2, this involves working with Public Works to update the new use. Condition 3, this is where the applicant shall construct the proposed accessory lot with pervious materials to mitigate the effects of stormwater runoff. If the site cannot be accommodated, the applicant must receive additional zoning relief from the zoning hearing board for exceeding the maximum impervious surface area. And then condition 4, the applicant shall coordinate with the city engineer's office to provide signage that indicates back-in only parking for the proposed parking area. And then condition 5, the applicant shall coordinate with the city engineer's office to verify if the on-street parking along Marion Street fronting the proposed project site is legal on-street parking. If the parking is confirmed to be legal, the applicant shall consider an alternate design that preserves on-street parking spaces along Marion Street. So condition 5, that involves just confirming because there was some discussion whether those were legal spots along Marion Street or not, because the planning commission did have some concerns of losing some of those on-street spots. And then also just to summarize a little bit of the discussion for building 1, the applicant had submitted some studies. There was some discussion about safety of having cars potentially backing into a public street. And that is some of the variances being requested. And there was some bureau concerns about that design of the parking, how you are directly into the street as well.
Thank you.
So this built, to start off with a scope of marketplace. Again, these are odd lots that have been vacant since Agnes for most of them. And I had to do a lot of digging over 2 years to figure out when this really started. I was originally under the assumption that this was 3 failed developers for their building and lots there, but it's 5. There's developers that started this in 1984, and then another one picked up in 1986, another one in 1994, and then SNA Homes being the last one. This is just same thing as Capitol Heights. The cookie cutter townhouse is not gonna cut it. You can build a few here and there and get them, but you're not gonna go to, and that's where we ended up increasing our density. As Jacob noted, this is 54 parcels, and we're proposing 62 new residential units. And that's a correlation of numbers that I want you to take into consideration looking at this. It's not a huge burden with the amount of parcels, but we are accommodating what the other developments haven't, which is part of their failure, is working to make usable parking. And in that situation, you create situations like this that are viewed a little bit differently. I say that with a grain of salt though, because this is the exact parking situation less than 100 feet away. And that was a lot of the discussion there, is that we're mimicking something that is within the block of the area. But we're actually trying to work to increase it for safety. We've provided PennDOT studies on back end angled parking spaces where you would pull up and pull back. It's a 3-step maneuver. They say it's easier than parallel parking through multiple studies submitted at the Planning Commission hearing, a 53-page packet from a university, along with the PennDOT study that they called the 3P study. It was Philadelphia, Pottsville, and Pottstown, where they implemented this. And it's been successful, and it's been, there's, at the time of publishing, there was no reported accidents. I don't believe there's been any since. And it gives you the line of sight better than parallel parking even, or nose in parking. And that's where we got to with this building, was creating that there. I will note that the recommendation to check was engineering. I reached out to engineering, which as we all know is kind of like the planning bureau right now. Very, very understaffed. We do not have an in-house engineer. So I will share with just for tonight, I'll share with the response, which was Mike Miller and Judd. I apologize, I can't remember his last name. What's that? Marius. Yeah, there you. The response was that is not their purview. They do not have any maps available to show what is designated as on-site parking. To ask the they said city planning administrator, which would be at that point Jeffrey Knight. But I will note that a legal parking situation by definition would have, for parallel park or for on-street parking, would have to be a minimum of 8 feet wide with a travel path of 12 feet. The road is only 19 feet wide. It doesn't meet the criteria to have legal on-street parking. It should be from the engineering department, which has then pushed it. Oh, there is a right of way.
The city publishes a right of way map, and we should have printed it out. But I mean, we can present it at the next meeting. I don't think planning can take judicial notice of it, but we'll introduce it as an exhibit, and Neil can stipulate to it.
I would note, when the applicants do come back before you guys and planning commission, there will be further discussion regarding this parking lot configuration concern, because there is two of the variances are actually involved with it as well. Where, at least from the staff perspective, we felt differently than planning commission. So it's just kind of a long ongoing discussion. It's been for the past few months, I would say. But given the time, I don't won't get too far into it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
1 second. Okay, thank you.
So I'm glad you brought that up. I did want to point out that the planning commission had voted to approve this parking situation. And additionally, if you're looking for an example of the back end parking, if you've traveled to Linglestown Square recently, all the parking around there is similar to this. And I think that we were able to address the main concerns that they had. One was with respect to safety. And Matt had provided copies of the PennDOT study, which showed that this is a very safe design for parking. And the other concern, I think, was that it was different because it wasn't just the parallel parking, and you were pulling in off of the street. And I would just ask everybody to think about what parking looks like on the 100 and 200 blocks of State Street. and the new parking that was designed for the electric vehicle charging stations along Third Street, just north of the Capitol. It's similar to that. And there's parking like this on the same block as well.
And then they get away from the parking, because again, this was voted to be approved. The main condition that hangs out there for the engineering department to verify, and now we're in kind of that stalemate that they cannot verify. And we'll represent that at the planning commission hearing to say, we went to engineering, they're the jurisdiction that's supposed to give a determination on this, and they're unable to give one. And hopefully that's all hashed out before we get to the planning and well before we get back to you guys. But the building itself is a 3-story apartment building. We tried to work to match the existing architecture and not have it take up the entire, one of the things we work to do here is not have it take up the entire block. We have the request for relief from the 20% prevailing, which as me and Jacob have discussed multiple times. It's kind of one of the things you look at it being in the city code. It's a little weird to have in a city code. We're in a city that you build more than the 20% prevailing block all the time. But we have tried to implement maintaining green space throughout these as much as possible. And that's why when we get into a parking situation like this, if we can do permeable pavers, if an engineer says we can do it, we're gonna do that. We're not just gonna be paving blacktop parking lots everywhere. The idea is to have red brick pavers or hatch pattern pavers throughout.
And for purposes of time, I think it's most applicable to, when this comes back before, to kind of hash out some of these concerns a little further. Jeff.
Time, my kids are asleep.
Generally, overall, the Planning Bureau, Planning Commission, for this whole project overall, these lots are a bit different than in the previous application where there's previously existing townhomes on these here and there, where most of these lots are non-conforming, very difficult to develop, where there was, considerable justification for uses across this, project wide for development standards for the uses. A primary concern was for this parking lot configuration on building 1, and then some of the parking lot configurations later in the application. But generally, overall, the Planning Bureau, Planning Commission were supportive of the majority of the application.
I'd just like to note respectfully to the board members that are here past 10 o'clock, you can feel free, we are amenable. We would agree to adjournment and continuance of this discussion at any time. I just want to make that very clear to everyone up there. I don't want to burden anyone being here any later than they are already. This discussion will continue at the next hearing. Don't want to hold you here all night.
Jacob, you said there was a back and forth with planning between you and them about parking lots.
So the primary consideration for this building site 1, as the applicant was mentioning, the back end design, originally also being in a public right of way that affected some of the relief. There was general concerns just related to the design and the zoning relief needed. And then for the other concerns was there's the 8-space Calder lot, and then the 44-space lot with some concerns with curb cuts and just general parking lot configurations. Other than that, I would say that's probably was the only controversy between, the Planning Bureau and the applicant, and then with the discussions in the Planning Commission.
We had a parking lot before us before, right, Michael?
Yeah, I think up on Verbeck Street, there was a discussion where it was
Nearby, right.
withdrawn. And yeah, some of the justification, at least from a staff perspective, because it's variance for the use for the 8-space Calder Street lot, 6-space Marion Street lot, and the 44-space lot. So that they all are requesting a variance for the use of a parking lot as a principal structure. So looking at most of these lots for this project can't be developed if there's not parking. That's just the reality. So from a planning bureau perspective, our recommendation to the planning commission was that it's enabling reasonable development at other sites. And that was something a little bit different approach, I think, from the previous parking lot that was before you guys, for Verbeck Street. And I know that's something that was definitely a concern, in that previous application was granting use variances in the RM district for parking lots.
I would like to note on those parking lots, the back and forth wasn't based on them being parking lots. It was just the planning bureau's recommendation for configuration of those parking.
Yes, that's correct.
How many spaces does the art museum have? Anybody looked into that? How many spaces does the art museum?
The diagonal,
Yeah,
I don't know, but it's a completely different animal because it's the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It
Uh.
doesn't ask permission. They just do what they will. So
understood.
what's that? They're waiting on that stormwater check. Yes, that's so.
Okay.
Did you ask how many were from the State Museum? Is that what you said?
No, the Susquehanna Art Museum.
Susquehanna.
Oh, I think.
Oh, sorry, the Susquehanna Art Museum.
Susquehanna Art Museum's not.
Diagonal.
Museum are we talking?
Sorry, I asked about Susquehanna.
So we are talking about the State Museum?
No, I'm talking about the Susquehanna Art. I'm just looking at the general area. There's a lot of parking lots.
Yeah, and the precedent that's different for this site is it's dedicated parking to a site in this design. And that's kind of a discussion that was brought up at Planning Commission. It's a new precedent of a new design of having this style of parking in the city. Where it is in the city, it's public parking in different spots along State Street, up by the State Museum, I believe it was Fulton Street, correct? That was pretty close by. This is going to be a new style of parking that's dedicated to this building. And that was kind of also part of the discussion. They're not necessarily part of the rationale of why the plan bureau didn't support it, but that was just something to consider, setting a new precedent for design. That does kind of go against, there are specific variances that prevents that design as well. Why that kind of mattered.
Just a note on the Susquehanna Art Museum parking lot. On any given day, so they just resurfaced that. They put a lot of money into resurfacing that and then adding stormwater infrastructure to that. I'd say during the day, they're probably half full now. Surprisingly, I'm in the area pretty much every day. They fill up the center 2 aisles. I don't know whether it's agreements they have with other people. I saw where you were kind of looking at it, there's a big, huge parking lot there now. But then I would also note that even with the parking lot we have proposed now, I think I summarized it on the last page of my printout, is we're substantially lower than the requirement for parking already, even with the proposed parking lot there. And a lot of this goes back to the conversation with the homeowners association. They are to us, they're the biggest obstacle outside of these hearings, is to make them happy. And we met with them several times, and they even held a vote and have a letter that I don't know if it would be in your packets. It was submitted at the planning commission meeting where the HOA voted in favor of this project, but their big stipulation is that we have parking lots designated. So these are, these buildings parking is associated with these lots. So it doesn't affect their current parking situation, which they feel are strained at some points already.
Understood.
The city would make a motion to continue this hearing.
Yeah, chairman's getting there, is there too, so. All right, Chairman makes a motion to continue this hearing to November. Seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Thank you guys for your time.
I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn this meeting. Seconded, all in favor? Aye. Motion to adjourn passes.